The delay is simply me waking up this morning. Now we're good. I should have set 10:30 on the schedule instead of 10 a.m. It's nice to be able to schedule stuff on YouTube, but also less spontaneous. So I'll take the 3-minute ad break on Twitch as my wait for people to arrive. Then we're just going to get started, and we'll get right through these games. Probably speed up the Dark Age and everything. I'm just going to look at these drafts. So Nomad for game number 1. I'll have Sumatra. Again, picking Sumatra as the water map. Forest Pond. Then Zawal and Hamburger. So 4 of the 5 maps do have water. 2 of them have a wall. Hamburger is kind of like having a wall. Browser tabs. Are we late? We're very late. Hello, Magus, Reed, Alpha, and audience. Everyone here on YouTube. We gotta have a non-zero chat rate today, maybe. Okay, just gonna wait for the ad break to end on Twitch, then we'll go. These are recs from yesterday. You may have seen them already. I think some other people covered the set, but I was covering the GL set. We'll have this, then 2 sets today. So welcome everyone. And I'm technically Nikov and Sebastian are the much higher seed, but Slam and ACCM always play really well together. I wouldn't be honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Slam and ACCM win the tournament. I think you need to set my alarm. I did have an alarm. I had to do stuff in the morning though. I feel like maybe I should move to Europe because the streaming would fit my sleep schedule better. I'm more of a late night person than an early morning person. Alright, ads on Twitch are done. Thank you, TMS Vinnies, for the follow. Also, 2 hours ago we had some follows. We had Show Me Your Janitor, Tall for Small, Danny Dingo, Dunk Wombat, and Kame14444, and Puzzles, and Mad Mechanic, and Bjorg, and AoE Veteran, and Hills AoE. Thank you all for the follows, and Killer Steve. Alright, I think that's the list of all the follows we got on Twitch. And let's get going. Sorry for the black screen as I transition to Capture Age. That is just going to happen. Oh, I should make a Discord post that I'm live. Hold on, just about to go live. Or finish the going live process. That's the list of all the follows we got on Twitch. YouTube link. And Twitch link. Every YouTube link is different, so I gotta go to the VOD and grab it. We have Slam ACCM versus Nikov and Sebastian. Then what else is the schedule? I should remind myself my own schedule. Is Barles and dogao. versus Bench and Classic Pro, and then we have the set from the other day that'll be Freaking Andy and Lewis versus Prisma and Nahue. There. Alright, hello Magnet Mood, hello Kamaru, and now it is time for us. All the buttons have been pressed to get going. So, welcome everyone on Twitch, on YouTube. We will have Slam and ACCM, My Insanity, against Nikov and Sebastian playing for Wonders. We've had so many Wonders teams in this set, or in this tournament, almost as many as OS teams. I think since these are Rex, I will just speed up the Dark Ages a bit. I do want to make sure we finish within a little over an hour so that we can cast the next set without a delay. Berbers in Spanish against Vietnamese and Malians. So Vietnamese is a great Nomad team bonus because you know where your TCs are. I fixed the burger yesterday with a keeping solution. I did not have time to do that. Maybe if the sets are fast today, I might live stream some map scripting tonight. We'll figure out a better solution for that. And a couple of other issues where I've seen missing stuff on maps. It's a whole bunch of small issues, but it's the type of thing that it doesn't happen all the time. And in AoE 2 with maps, you basically have a situation where you end up... you specify constraints, and you either end up with stuff that's overly constrained or under-constrained, where it's so constrained that it doesn't spawn properly, or it's under-constrained, and you have huge random spawns, like all 5 relics in one corner of the map. That is kind of unfair. And finding a balance between that is a really tricky thing that the engine doesn't support well. And lots of different map authors have different hacks for going about that. Anyway, just a game in Nomad here. We'll have Slam and Nikov both docking on the right, then Sebastian and ACCM both docking to the top right. Did I say the right when I looked over here? To the west, and the other 2 docks on the northeast. There you go. Let's say directions. We'll have some walling. ACCM. That is not your house. That is an enemy house. You get a wall behind that. Well, Nikov's in front of the walls anyway. Hello, YouTuber. Hello, Nanil. I'm gonna say hi to the YouTuber. You gotta go say hi on YouTube, too. Have some walls behind the house. Who do our guys favorite? Jessica! Hello, Jessica. Wonders is the number 2 seed, so they should be the favorite. But Slam and ACCM were a top team in the last tournament. They pushed the champions to a 5-game set and themselves lost in the quarterfinals. Live, these are Rex. These are Rex Blanky. The stream is live, though. Hello, Drex. Sebastian up to Feudal, Slam up to Feudal. That is a wall. That is a nice wall there from ACC. I'm just going to wall the whole map. So Sebastian and Nikov, of course, do know where those TCs are. Let's see what's going to happen on the water, as it looks like we're done with the Dark Age, and we'll have some galley micro. Well, ACCM's not done with the Dark Age. His fish are just going to sit out there. They'll be sitting ducks. They'll be sitting fishing ships for that galley from Sebastian. He's going to drop off the food and then try to run. And lose a fishing ship right away. Take 6 arrows to sink a fishing ship. And ACCM not even running them. Just going to let them go down. That will free up the galleys from Sebastian, then go over and harass Slam a bit more easily. As a backup dock from Nikov too, as on the other side, Slam is doing exactly what Sebastian just did to ACCM. Slam disrupting Nikov's fish. I'll get a kill there and chase these fishing ships up towards another dock. Nikov Xing, he's going to have Sebastian come over and help him on the water. So lots of water play at the start of the game so far. Blacksmith for Slam. And ACCM is the Spanish. Ooh, Berber's team bonus. Imagine if ACCM goes Genitor plus Conquistador. How did Genitors do against Skirms? I've never really thought of that matchup too much. I'd imagine the Skirms win, but maybe Genitors could be a unit you add in along with the Conquistadors, just in case your opponent adds Skirms. This gives you a bit of something that can fight against them. And here is the Galley Micro. Slam doing fletching. If there's anyone who knows the importance of fletching in the Galley Wars, it is Slam. He'll do it as he runs away. ACCM's fish, I think, ended up being a bit more disrupted than were Nikov's. Nikov has that backup dock. Camel Archer and Conks in one team. Don't know if it's good, but sounds amazing. That does sound pretty amazing. And thank you, SmoothCrim420, for the follow on Twitch. Thank you very much. Slam keeps running the galleys around. And stone. It's a lot of stone for Nikov. Looks like he wants to go rat and archers. And how Genitors, how would they do against rat and archers? First time watching you, fan in the tournament? Well, thanks for stopping by. Glad to have you here. And hello SB on YouTube. Good morning. Loving the tournament set so far. So am I. And we have a castle drop from Nikov. ACCM did wall behind that house, but it will just be a palisade, so the castle won't keep that out for long, and ACCM will have to do his own castle. There he goes. Okay, so rat and archers versus conquistadors. Conquistadors have enough attack that they should overcome the pierce armor of the rat and archers. At least early on, I'd probably still favor the conquistadors. Might be easier to amass rat and archers, but they won't have the same mobility. Castle from the other two players, as ACCM does a fire. Could maybe go fire ship to clear this, but that's a big investment when you also want conks. And hello, Luthien Sky. And now that I think about it, did I turn the chat and the donations alert? Yeah, I did, from the other day when Twitch was down. Yeah, the other day, for some reason, Twitch's APIs were down, and my donation counter was an error message. The Viennese castle is amazing. It's a very pretty one. I like the Spanish castle too. Very different from the classic Spanish castle though. From AOC, but I do like this one. And Hyper Corgetti, thank you for the follow. Konk's getting into the eco of Sebastian. A rat and archer's there to defend him, though. But he will lose a couple of vills. Konks are deadly. Even just 2 Konks are deadly. Oh, and Paradox, thank you very much for the raid. Paradox just casted one of the Silver League sets. We're going to have this set and then 2 more Gold League sets today. We'll have Barles and dogao against, was that Vincent Classic Pro? Yep, against Vincent Classic Pro, and then that'll be in about an hour. And then we'll have the Andy and Lewis set, the #1 overall seed, facing off against another Wonders team. Against Prisma and Nahue. So, Konks running around. Castle shooting arrows at each other. I saw Paradox earlier was experimenting with blue and cyan against red and orange. I don't know, but I like my games being kind of colorful. I think it actually makes it easier to follow when you have distinct colors so you can see what each individual player is doing. So you didn't like it? I saw you also do like all blue versus all red. That I don't think I could follow. So still Konks versus rat and archers, and the rat and archers are running around for Nikov. Konks running for ACCM. Let's look at the Eco KD. How effective have those Konks been? Sebastian's lost 10 vills, Nikov 9. Slam's lost nothing. At least ACCM and Nikov had their fish disrupted. I guess Sebastian has too. Slam doing a great job of jamming on the water. Some fire is out for Sebastian, but Slam's done the main thing of killing or destroying the fishing ships. Slam still has a few galleys on the side. And as long as Slam keeps his fish alive, he'll be the only player with fish. So nice eco boost for him. These two castles still shooting at each other. And Slam is adding in more TCs and just booming. He's booming away. And ACCM getting scary numbers of conquistadors. As I was saying earlier, only 4 pierce armor on the Rattan Archers compared to the 16 attack of the conquistadors, so they still do kill the Rattan Archers pretty well. I do need bloodlines for the HP to take a straight up fight, but yeah, I mean, even here, I think the Conks would win this. Armor on the way for ACCM. Armor for the Conks will have a much bigger impact than armor for the Rattan Archers with the attack differences. And GLHF NGG, thank you for the follow. Sure, my YouTube chat open still. There we are. I know a couple of monks getting conversions for Sebastian. ACCM killed 4 monks there. I think that's a trade he's willing to take. Now he's just going to jump the Rattan Archers. The mobility of the Conks, they won't be able to run away. Might be able to get one more kill if he's accurate, but... Ooh, okay, he will try to run. Rattan Archers actually are pretty fast. Compared to the base speed of the Conks, it's not even that big of a difference. Only 0.2 tiles per second. Some more Rattan Archers coming out. For now, hard to limit their mobility. One option would have been just walling over here, but hard to do when Slam has the water control. And water control gives you more options for running your conks around the outside. And why don't you say hi? Hello, thanks for saying hi. ACCM, I feel like he's tempted to fight those Rattan Archers. Ballistics on the way for Nikov. Now with Ballistics in, Nikov can take much better fights because the Conks won't be able to dodge all the shots as easily. It'll count much higher for my insanity, especially that boom from Slam. This ACCM being annoying while Slam is booming. Oh no, the sidestep micro. And the Conks, who will win this? One Rattan Archer, one Conk. Who I think the Conk wins. Will be kind of close. He's down to 20 HP. Rex from yesterday's set. Yeah, try to avoid spoilers in the chat if you can. Conks are gonna hit the farm and then maybe hit the TC. Galley's on the outside, will run away. Nikov, one galley, but not gonna be too disruptive to Slam. As we have a gold mine on the way. Or gold mining upgrade on the way for Slam. He's really doing the eco upgrades with his 91 villas, doing a castle at home. A wonderful new Berber castle architecture. Bloodlines on the way at that stable for ACCM as he's going to get more HP for the Conks. He has his wonderful monk with his hat. Wonderful hat monk. And Conquistador is going to take some castle fire, but dive that to pick off Vils. Huge Vil lead for my insanity, all thanks to Slam. He's had a completely free boom. Thanks to ACCM walling, but now Slam under a bit of pressure as we do have some forward monks and mangonels for Sebastian. This workshop will go up for Slam as the mangonels will start to come out. We get Fervor and Redemption from Sebastian. So as the Malians, he's ready to start converting mangonels. Does have Sanctity on the monks already. So Sanctity for the HP, Fervor for the movement speed, so you're faster than the mangonels, 0.8 versus 0.6, and then Redemption to convert the mangonels. So you can chase them down and you can tank a mangonel shot. The hard part here for Sebastian is just making sure he doesn't run into a TC. So Redemption just about in, and he'll use the monks to keep his mangonels alive against slams. Here it's tricky for Slam as he needs to use his mangonel to take out the other mangonels, but has to keep it to the back so the monks run into the TC range. And Slam just going to delete the workshop to prevent it from being converted. And Slam's up to Imp. It is in the back TC, so this should be a safe TC for him to go Imp from. Which is possible to see the res collected by source because the fishing ship lead for MYI is significant. Ooh, that'd be nice. Like, how much fish food has one team gotten? Break it down like that. That'd be nice. That'd be real nice. And LeanRev2309, thank you for the follow, and Exit AoE, thank you also for the follow earlier. We'll have the castle being constructed for Slams. He's under some pressure now. Almost up to Imp though. That Mangonel going to try to deny the castle. The Monk's going to try to convert the Mangonel. More Mangonels on the way over, but not going to get there in time to stop the castle. And that will go up, and that'll keep Slam safe. 2 castles defending his eco, also defending his Imp TC. TC will go down. Triple Mangonel shot as it collapses. Mangonels will hit the other TC. They'll start to go down, and we'll have Imp on the way for Slam. Hit by the TC. And Imperial Age on the way also for Sebastian. 83 Vils himself, so if they're able to delay Slam enough, maybe they still have a chance in this game. Slam needs to do something with his boom now. He has a lot of camel archers. With Berbers, sometimes the boom is better just to go into Cavalier and spam your cheap Cavaliers everywhere. And hello, LC River. Hope you enjoyed Paradox's casting earlier. Monday? Yes, yes, of course. Conk's going down. And Ms. Riley Goopers, thank you for the follow. Monk's taken out as the Conks run away from the Rat and Archers. So Rat and Archers still defending against the Conks. Nikov has at least done a good job of keeping the Rat and Archer numbers up. And he will win against ACCM's castle. I don't know if he went for Petards or a Ram Push or something that I missed. But, ooh, ACCM repairing just at the last second. Just at the last second, get those Vils over. Yeah, he gets those Vils over. Alright, now Nikov is trying to take that out, but just missed. And we have a forward castle from Sebastian as he's looking to pressure Slam with Elite Camel Archer on the way. And for the Malians, it will be Monks. Malians here. Redemption, Sanctity, Fervor, all in. Viper help co-cast too? Oh, well, I don't know if he's gonna be up for it after that set he had yesterday. We'll see, maybe we'll bring some co-casters on. Oh, thank you, Hit Cake, for the follow. If Theocracy on the way, so it's a full monk push. A full monk push here from Sebastian. This is their chance of winning the game. Sebastian needs to take a good treb fight against this castle and open up Slam to hit the eco. If he can do that, maybe run in with some Mali and Cav at some point. That could be an option. But the hard thing is, not only does he need the monks and the trebs for the push, but he also will need a follow-up to that. Ooh. Okay, gets the Mangonels. Capture Age lag there for a second. But nice conversion and then subsequent Mangonel shots. That'll alleviate some of the pressure on him. Slam going for another castle, Sebastian going for another castle, and it's all about the treb war here now. Castle needs to be repaired. Sebastian probably needs some more forward Vils. 30 elite camel archers is a lot, though, as long as they're microed. As long as they're microed. And I think Sebastian and Nikov agree with you. That is a lot, and they're going to call the GG. So Slam and ACCM take game number 1. 74 kills for Slam, and just look at that economy. Oh, yeah, look at Slam. He jammed. Fastest castle for Nikov, but still wasn't quite able to defend against the conks with Rattans as well as he probably wanted to. And how good are conks on Nomad? Okay, so that's all win for my insanity. Let me reset capture age. Try to avoid the VRAM issues. Play the ad. Ah, so many buttons I gotta press. All right, so that'll be game 1 on Nomad, and who's Civs. Or Malians and Vietnamese against Spanish and Berbers. Very first pick Spanish, though. So my insanity, using their very first pick to win Nomad. The other team still has their other picks around. Korean's a high pick for both of them, too. And back into game number 2, which will be on Forest Pond. See the scoreboard set up. Boom. Sorry for the transition between OBS and Capture Age. I've been having OBS issues and Capture Age issues. We'll have a brief black screen during the transitions. Nice match of Pillow Tundra Blitz. Try to keep both the chats open. So Forest Pond, like I've been saying, these are recs from yesterday, so I'm just going to speed up the Dark Age. Vil going forward for Sebastian. He's going to go for that corner dock maybe. Oh, just a farther forward double palisade. Okay. And same thing for Nikov. Okay, so Plan from Wonders is to go forward dock. Aside from Sebastian, who's not doing that, just getting the walls forward, because why not get the walls forward, I guess? Yeah, I guess that's a good thought. Why not? Maybe a bit of Vil time, but you can take the Shorefish out there. Yeah, interesting map. I don't know if it'd be better if maybe there were a larger gap around the coastline, like 2 or 3 tiles with some palisade walls. But that's tricky to do because it uses connection generation instead of terrain generation. So players will be up, and it will be a fire galleys from Nikov. Since one of the docks is forward, he's going to open for the fire galleys, and then the back docks from Sebastian will be going for galleys. Italians for Sebastian, fire galleys for Nikov as the Mongols. And over here, Slam and ACCM have back docks. Slam going to go triple docks. We'll see what ACCM does. I played oh my god, this is the map. As ACCM's taking a scout fight, and he will be going for the barracks on the outside. Did Sebastian see that? He probably didn't. Years ago, I played on this map in a 2v2 tournament, and ACCM was my teammate. And have you ever played one of those games on Arena where you get a really low-level player and their scout starts running around your own base and scouting, and you gotta remind them, hey, we're gonna have allied vision once Carto comes in. Sometimes you don't have Carto. You gotta be like, hey, you don't gotta scout my base. I can take care of scouting my base myself. Go scout the map. Just one of those low elo things. And I was completely shocked because ACCM had turned on auto scout, and his scout just came and started scouting my own base. I was like, ACCM, come on, you're better than this. So it looks like Sebastian Nikov taking good advantage on the water so far. Forward pressure from the fires from Nikov. ACCM really doesn't have much fish left. So Slam needing to run his fishing ships all around. Slam trying to pick off some of Nikov's fishing ships, but Nikov gonna use his fire galleys to protect them. And ACCM gonna try to break it on the outside. We'll go for a tower rush. And part of why I think this map is interesting, you can go for the tower rush on the outside. Sebastian's spending all of his resources investing on the water. He might not be able to defend the tower rush all that well. So far so good though, as he's getting the houses to wall it up, and we'll get an inner layer of walls in the back. Keep ACCM trapped in this part of his base. Stone will be near the TC. If you need to do a defensive tower, you could even do 2 right away just by long distance mining some stone. Long distance mine 50 stone, and it's not even that long of a distance from the TC, and then you can do a second tower. Same thing for ACCM though, you can long distance mine 50 stone and do a second offensive tower. So Slam doing what he can to micro, but he is being pushed off of the water. Alright, galley takes out the other galley. And we'll have archers and a scout pushing through these walls. Is this live? These games were Rex they played yesterday. We're going to have a live set coming up in just under an hour. I didn't get to cast these because we had overlapping sets, so I want to make sure I get everything casted. So ACCM will break in. Berries are pretty exposed there for Sebastian. He's starting to get trapped. This is kind of the spot though where I see Sebastian wants to mine some stone, transport ship 20 vils, and bam, castle drop tower drop in ACCM's base. That's the fun of the middle with the transports. Man, look at that spear, just standing there supervising the wood line, not even caring that he's being shot by arrows. waiting for that overchop. Vils on the sheep now for Sebastian. I'll have a ton of X's up here in the north. Another dock going up for Sebastian. We'll have Castle Age on the way for Slam. As the fires take out the dock. All the docks from Slam. This looks like a pretty good lead for Wonders at this point. More X's over here. As that dock will go down. ACCM, really the only offensive presence here are these towers. Slam up to the Castle Age, though. The downside is he will lose the docks. If you do still have 3 docks alive when you're up to Castle, you could just consider doing War Galley, and then you could just get 5 or 6 fires really easy and try to push this back. First time you're seeing Feudal land-based play on this map. And I think there's a lot of room for it. I mean, if tower rushes work on Arena, they gotta work on Palisade walls. And he is being pretty disruptive. I think the problem is the wood line extends so far to the middle that it's hard to hit everything with a tower. And what is... Oh, ACCM going to come over towards Nikov's base, at least force Nikov to wall up a bit. Nikov will be up to the Castle Age, though. Could easily do a few steppies to clean this up if he goes barracks and stable. A small group of Feudal Age archers isn't going to be too threatening to him now that they're walled off. And there doesn't look to be a hole anywhere. I missed the old user patch thing where I could hover the wall and look for the holes. More archers coming around. Tower hitting the other tower. Was a hole? I mean, there's no hole in the inner walls. ACCM broke through the gate. And there's no hole in the inner walls. So castle for Nikov. You could go Mangadai now. TC for Nikov as well. So 2 TCs in Mangadai. And the thing about winning the water is there aren't too many fish on this map. Slam's already taken some of those. I always view this as kind of, it's like half the fish you'd get on Cross, where Cross has the 4 ponds. This is like all of them put together, but you get half the fish. And then it's double the players, because there are 4 players. So you're not really fishing for a long time. When does Viper play? Viper played yesterday. I checked the VOD from yesterday. He was the 3rd set we casted. Getting the blacksmith. Yeah, we have the challenge brackets are linked in a panel under the stream if you want to see them. MBL. Yeah, as YouTube's asking if Viper will co-cast, he'll have lots of time for co-casting. Now, oh yes, we did it! Transport ship! Sebastian finally did it! He transport shipped for a castle drop! He's doing it! Yes! He's using the middle. ACCM gonna send his entire village to raise a counter castle. But this will go up and it'll probably kill some villagers. Oh, I've been waiting for this. T90 tried to say this, like, transporting was risky, but no, this is the play. Yeah, half the fish but 4 times the map control, right? It's more about map control and being able to transport and do stuff like this. And maybe he's got to knock down the market and build a workshop in its place. Not much space here. MBL is also a great co-caster, so is Margugu. One day we'll have to have an MBL and Margugu stream. What's with the lack of fletching for galley players? I mean, Slam's playing. And the market goes down, so market down for ACCM. I love this castle drop, and he's Italian, so we can make some Genbo here if he wants to. Imagine that. Imagine that Margugu locked in his bedroom, and he needs to wait for MBL to pick up his pizza before he has someone to save him. Now that would be a live stream. So Nicov pushing on the other side with the Mangadai. I'm a small group of crossbows for ACCM. I'm going to start hoovering around, but not much they can hit though. Nice TC on the outside for Nikov. And Pampi, or Fampai. My brain is thinking of many different ways to pronounce your name. But thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Now, between Twitch and YouTube, we have like 400 viewers for going live cast some Rex from yesterday. The viewership for this has been amazing, so thank you all for being here. And Mangadai going to pick off the Mangadel. Monk's getting a conversion. Kick stream? I don't think we're going to stream on Kick. Maybe, I've been thinking about TikTok though. Maybe there's some audience there. I've seen other people do that. You do the dual stream to TikTok. I have no idea how Age would look in a vertical format though. And Miniu30, thank you for using your Prime sub on the stream. Appreciate all the support. And Eagle Beagle, hello. And Scout goes down by the TC on the other side. And we'll have a castle going up for Sebastian. Vertical AoE. I imagine it'd be mostly like the center above the mini-map and maybe some stats at the top. I don't know what resolution options TikTok gives you for streaming at, but from everything I've seen, they're vertical. I can kind of understand seeing a shooter in a vertical stream, because at least you see the center where you're aiming, but for an RTS, that feels very hard. People gotta turn their phones sideways, I think. So a ram push now from ACCM. A ram push to clear this castle, and looks like it will succeed. He's got 6 rams. Some repairs coming in for Sebastian, but This is the key when you want to go for the ram push. When your opponent has a Genoese crossbow as a unique unit, something that's a ranged unit that doesn't destroy rams. Much harder to go for a ram push against a melee unit, or even harder against something like a True Canoe or a Mangudai or a Mamluk that actually can stand behind the castle and destroy the rams. So repairs on the mangonel from the villager as the farm goes down. And the village goes down to the mangonel. So Imp on the way for Slam. If he gets Imp, maybe he still has a chance of stopping this. You can go Arb and have something to push back the Castle Age army. A huge score for Nikov, even though he's still Castle. Organ guns for ACCM holding. But the key is they're just holding at home, they're not pushing forward. And Sebastian's going to wall this up with some stone. And Imp on the way for Nikov too. The Slam as the melee might have a slight opportunity to push out. Does have a few ranges. Going skirms though. Bodkin on the way. Yes, this is tricky. I feel like if he's going to go Arb, he's maybe even missed the timing window, not having any created yet. You can go Redemption Monks for trying to convert Mangonels. Does a great job of swapping targets there. Forces the delete from Nikov. And oh, he's doing it again. He's doing it again. Sebastian going for another castle drop. He's castle dropping Slam now. He's double castle drop the middle. Oh, that's wonderful. Sebastian playing the map the right way. Playing the map the right way. Excited and calm at the same time. I'm just happy to see the map being used. The vills go down at the front. Castle going up for Slam. More vills from Sebastian go to the side. And now it's Kondo time. Picking up the rams. Tell me Kondo, as the condottieri will be useful against the organ guns. They don't resist any of the damage from the organ guns, but they do have an attack bonus against them. And they're pretty speedy, so if they close the distance, and they're almost as fast as a knight. A knight without husbandry is 1.35 tiles per second. Condottieri hero 1.32. They can close the distance and take out the organ guns rather quickly. The crossbows would be the counterplay. And we'll just see them massacre the organs when they get close. When they get close, they do a lot of damage. Down they go. Yeah, down they go. Right away. Everything dying. You can do arson and attack the castle. Organ guns can't garrison once they are popped out. Hello, looks like a decent matchup. Hello, Squint Eastwood. I think this is a very good matchup. And Treb on the hill, pushing this castle down. Slam trying to push back on the right with some skirms and some monks. And he did clear this one castle, but still a Treb out. Still being a bit annoying. And Dynablaster161, thank you for the follow. Some Treb shots will land on the Treb there. And hello, Panda. How's the day in casting? The day is going pretty well. And the casting, I think, I mean, anytime you get Slam in a set, casting's going to go extremely well. And now here comes some karambits, as Slam's looking to take out the Treb. We have Arb, or Crossbow and Thumbring on the way. Slam's still pushing on the right, but ACCM dying to the Condottieri on the left. If you had a huge massive organ guns, you might be able to mow down the condottieri before they close the distance, but still an exceptional unit to have against the Portuguese. And hello, Yajur. So Cannon Galleon, Sebastian really using that middle control to the fullest to take out that castle. And down it goes. On the other side, Slam's still pushing. It feels like Slam might actually end up successfully pushing Nicov. Nicov probably just needs some heavy siege to deal with this. I don't know if Ram is the choice. Elite Mangudai on the way. Maybe Heavy Scorpion would have been nice. What a beautiful castle it was. What a beautiful set of castles these are. As they will call the GG. Slam was maybe pushing. But I think Sebastian had thoroughly destroyed ACCM down to 45 vills. So that'll tie it at 1-1. And we'll have 89 kills for Sebastian. 75 for ACCM. Those two were the ones fighting. Nikov and Slam were just trebbing. But won the water and won the game. Had very fast up water focused civs. You swap around the overlays. Start capture age. And tied 1-1. That'll be a win on Forest Pond. And for the civs, that was Italians and Mongols winning over Portuguese and Malay. Missed game 1. Hello, British. Well, we're actually on to just about to start game number 3. Grab a sip of water first. Even Slam should have not bothered too much with water and used a quick uptime of the Malay to pressure Mongols player on land. I mean, it's definitely a strategy, right? It's definitely a strategy on that map. And Squint Eastwood, thank you for the sub. Will be interesting to see if some team figures out a land focus strat, because the Palisades really, I think, provide a false sense of security. It's really quick to push through them. Yep, sorry. I'm used to. Well, I need chat's opinion. What is more disruptive? Having a black screen as I transition to capture age briefly, or having the overlay resize itself? I have no idea why it's doing that. Why it's resizing if I click studio mode. You can share in my frustration. As we'll get on to game number 3, which will be on Hamburger. Resize black screen. I'm getting different things. Screen. Alright, there's brief black screen. I can probably get a way to overlay that. Hello, Hagbrother. On Hotel Inleon Technology. Screencasting. Wait, what is screencasting? How's that different from streaming? Fixed Hamburger? Well, these are wrecks, so if it's broken, it was broken yesterday. I didn't actually do any changes since the fix I'd pushed yesterday, and I think I do want to take another look at it. As I would like Hamburger to be a bit more balanced and not bugged. This map, yeah, I think this is a really good 2v2 map. And I do like that I made the edges a bit wider. I think it gives a bit more of an ability to go for a villager war instead of the one tile. If only you could build seawalls. Oh, it means that I'm sending to the hotel TV from his device. Okay, that explains it. Okay. There's so many technology words I need to learn these days. Screencasting from phone to hotel TV. Okay, okay, nice. And hello, Immaculado21. Nice Teutonic Knights you got there. So TC takes out the boar. We're going to see any towers this time in this map. I think we will. And it is a wreck. This game was played the other day. So a reminder, I will speed up the Dark Age. I want to make sure I finish this set in time for our next set, which is supposed to start in just over 20 minutes. And that will be live. That'll be Barles and dogao against Vinci and Classic Pro. Up to the next stage. And we'll have towers. Towers going up. Tower here from Slam. Tower from Sebastian. And it will be a tower war on Hamburger. Byzantines and Koreans against Koreans and Japanese. So Koreans the double pick here. Both for the water and the towers. Unfortunately not for the turtles in the current meta. Otherwise, Byzantines versus Japanese. I do generally prefer Byzantines to Japanese in most situations. And I think for the tower rush, having the extra HP on the tower is great. The only thing that happens is you don't have the discount on the lumber camp if you need to run to another wood line. On the water, yeah, the Japanese have the better fishing ships, but then Slam will have Byzantine fires. Byzantine fires are scary. What have they done to our turtles you don't want to know? Hello, Zombie Josh. Honestly, the current state of turtle ships is sadder, is more sad than the original turtle ship graphics. Sure, resources, yes. Gotta swap the panels around for team games. And tower fight here, ACCM, Korean versus Korean tower fight. So no civ advantage here, but Nikov will be double shooting at this one tower. ACCM splitting up on 2 towers. Let's see if that will garrisons or dodges or repairs. Lots of fire coming on that tower. That available garrison, and the other 2 towers probably go down. Yeah, down they go. At least we still have the turtle ship destruction animation. That's true. That's true. Tur is finding the bright side of the turtle ship massacre. And Roger Zero, thank you for using your Prime on the stream. Appreciate all the support for the tournament. So watch tower fight over here. Tower will go down. Down it goes. On the other side, lots of galleys for Sebastian. So this is the downside of Byzantine fires. Once the galleys get amassed, you have to fall back in Feudal. Although, Slam just going for it. He's saying, YOLO, I'm Byzantines, fear my fires. Sebastian does not have fletching. Okay, Sebastian, no fletching for this. Okay, he'll still win. He probably should have just destroyed the fires more quickly. He's also worried about land. And this is why I like this being slightly larger, so that ACCM can fight the wall and apply pressure on the sides. Slam and ACCM together in a 2v2 tournament makes my heart so full. I would love to see Slam and ACCM do well in this tournament. That's always the team I'm rooting for. As a fan. As a host, we gotta be unbiased, but as a fan. I gotta love Slam and ACCM. So, transport ship, some teamwork. Looks like Nikov sent Sebastian's vills to the outside. Nikov on the outside himself. Slam has gotten to the outside, and ACCM will be the last player who needs to go over. Slam right now, the one player with a transport ship. He might look to get more vills to the other side. And more towers for ACCM. ACCM almost looking like Lix did the other day with the number of towers he has. Both of them are very underrated. It might be how they ended up with the 15th seed if they're literally underrated. And hello, a hot cow. Very nice use of the woo bonus on Forest Pond. And Castle Age on the way for Slam. This time I see Hamburger divided in northwest, southeast direction. It should be completely random. Should be completely random. Teams are placed with the circle radius. I was thinking about maybe doing some hacking on the map to make it more of a perfect circle instead of kind of the octagon, but I figure it's fine. I don't think anyone's really going to notice or care about that. Right side of the map, slam, sneak, slam, sneak. That's why we have a chat. Chat can keep track of the mini-map for me. And hello, LL on YouTube. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, now that I said it, you see that it's an octagon. That's how most AoE maps work. They're octagons. If you want like a perfect circle, someone took a lot of time to pack a perfect circle in. Does MYI's vision on the outside like? Ooh, they have a lot of vision because ACCM made a scout. And vision is ACCM is scouting. I find a lumber camp from Nikov. Feels like Wonders is winning the water pretty well. But in the long run, Byzantines Koreans have to be a sick combo on water with fire ships from the Byzantines and the cheap galleys from the Koreans. And I think even more so than Koreans Japanese. Also, Byzantines can go drones at some point. In the middle, more of a tower fight. Bills might need to run from that wood line. How all these squares make a circle? That's true. Every individual tile is a square in approximate circles. And ooh, Slam found the lumber camp. Vills will wall themselves in, but Sebastian lost a couple of Vills to a raid. Slam now revealing himself in the corner. Some Byzantine camels. Cheap Byzantine camels going for a big raid. I never realized light cav have a higher attack than camels. And also more armor, slightly less HP though. Oh, and here comes a monk. Here comes a monk from Slam. A reskinned Byzantine monk. He gets a conversion on the Vil. And she's gonna Vil fight. Oh no, and the monk can heal her, so she can take a huge fight here. And beat all three of those Vils. Vil sneak into camels. And then that new monastery. So Sebastian scouting around. He would like to use the scout to pick off monks, but camels there from Slam to deny that. ACCM also getting a TC of his own up on the outside. But it does feel like Sebastian and Nikov have won the water. They do have a good score lead here. Camel taking out a scout on the outside. But we'll have a castle in the middle. As the free crewing keeps come in, ACCM will do a castle and try to take out that tower. Didn't chop fully through. We could then see war wagons after that castle goes up. Everyone is in the castle age. Still can't get over how amazing all the reskins, new skins, and animations are. I think personally I have lots of mixed feelings about them. Maybe it just takes some getting used to, though. A lot of the monks, I feel like they don't look like monks. Until Newton for an equation for the square area of a circle to be found. Circles confounded generations of mathematicians. A little very crunchy peanut. I must have also confounded Age of Empires developers in the 90s. Because we have very straight edges for this octagon. And the tower will go down. Ooh, another castle. A castle from Slam. A Byzantine castle. We all know how hard those are to remove once they go up. And that'll be right on the TC of Sebastian on the outside. So it feels like Slam and ACCM may be winning both the middle and the outside despite losing the water. I think every single time I saw this map there was Koreans on both teams so far. Well, it might be just how they draft and prioritize Koreans for the map. The tower rush plus good naval civ is a very strong composition for this map. Trying to get their reskin monks. Once they research Inquisition, that is a wonderful idea. I love that idea. TC goes up for Nikov. And we have a castle war over here. Slam. Oh no, his villas can't actually help build the castle. They can only disrupt Sebastian's villagers. He has a cataphract. A cataphract in all its glory. Whacking down the villagers. And Slam gonna help ACCM get the castle up. Don't think he'll get his castle up first. With some diagonal hits on vills potentially. And ACCM does get it up first. He will kill some villas of Sebastian, although the castle does go up. Only 8 villas inside. And now it's petards, as I think, yeah, the two castles are kissing each other, so they can't actually hit each other without murder holes. And they're just going to attack the nearby buildings instead. Everywhere on the map is blinking. Slam's got a castle jump there. We got a castle war in the middle. And we have over here some more raids from Slam trying to push in. And Slam is trying to control all of the outside with his raids and has given his team the score lead. Been watching all of these games on YouTube this past week. Thanks for casting. Oh, glad you're enjoying Bullmeister. I hope the 4K on YouTube is working out for everyone. It's nice just to have the VODs on YouTube, I think, because people can go and watch them. And I don't need to worry about exporting or cutting up anything or doing individual thumbnails. It's, there's definitely more I could streamline for the process and maybe have a better pipeline for it. But for just the first attempt of streaming on YouTube, I think it's gone very well. Is hill advantage a thing for petards? Yes. Yes, it is. Seems to be getting smoother. That's good. Soon Twitch will also have 4K streaming. I'm in their 1440p beta. Unfortunately, my internet I don't think can handle 4K on YouTube and 1440p on Twitch. So I'm holding off on that for the moment. And now the ram push on this castle. And that will go down. Nothing here from Sebastian to save it. And Sebastian is about to be taken completely off of the outside. He'll have 3 lumberjacks left. Still, this castle shouldn't last much longer after the rams come in and move over towards it. Imperial Age on the way for Slam, and he will have Byzantine castles and Imp. Opposing side of the Byzantine castles. We'll have some war wagons from both players in the middle. War wagons getting onto the transport for Nicov. Nikov has the highest score of anyone. But I think that might just be... Okay, yeah, he has a good boom. Okay, he has a good boom. I was going to say, maybe that's water, but no, it's also because of the eco. And he will get to the outside, so then we'll have a TC going up, trying to grab some relics. I even have more than 60 hertz monitor, let alone 4K. Yeah, I'm gonna need to upgrade my monitor too. I have a 1440p monitor that I'm using NVIDIA Dynamic Super Resolution to get to 4K. So that'll be another upgrade at some point. I need more desk space though, because I don't have 3 monitors, and I'll finally have 3 monitors, but only 2 fit on my desk right now. Yeah, and it doesn't matter what I personally see. It matters what gets output for the stream. So just having my resolution at 4K will look better for you guys. So that town center will go up. We'll have a dock going up for Slam. As once Slam is imp, he can then just go fast fires, and he's Byzantines on water. And Byzantine fast fires will be really scary for a Koreans player who does not have demos and no longer has proper turtle ships. Need a boom arm then? Hold all the mics. Hold all the monitors? Should I get like 6 monitors? That's the real casting setup. Of like player cams and webcams everywhere. Our new turtle ship's bad. They shoot multiple projectiles, and none of them does the damage of the big cannonball they had in the past. So overall, they're much weaker against fires. And instead of being able to FC and then get 2 turtle ships out and kill fires very readily, turtle ships now are quite bad against them. They're slightly better against galleys, but Koreans don't have demos, and they needed a counter to fires. And they already have ridiculously cheap ships of their own, so they can just do their own galleys or their own fires to deal with galleys. They needed that fire answer, and now they don't have it. And ram push from ACCM on the outside, continuing to push through the houses. We'll have a gate from Sebastian. Won't keep the rams out for long, though. This lumber camp goes down. Another TC on the side for Sebastian. Let's go for conversions on the scout and the camel. And the transport goes down. And oh yes, wonderful TC graphics. Look at this, the TC and the tower have combined. The wing of the TC overlapping the tower. One day, someone's gonna fix this, and all will be well in the world. But those TC wings, oh man, their graphics are not sorted properly. And Sebastian get wrecked? Sebastian did get wrecked, unfortunately. Well, maybe fortunately if you're a Slam fan, because Slam was the one doing the wrecking. But he just constantly got raided by Slam, castle dropped by Slam, castle dropped by ACCM. And he's been running back and forth on the outside, just trying to stay alive, because ACCM now has more war wagons. You're a big Slam Jam fan? I think everyone is a big Slam Jam fan. I have Imperial Age on the way then for ACCM. And Toshi Wars, thank you for the follow. Oh, let me check my Discord pings. Oh, good. I just gotta check Discord while you're streaming. Yeah, this is amazing to get, like, between Twitch and YouTube, we have 600 viewers for Rex of the set from yesterday. So it feels like Slam and ACCM have this game at this point to me. And King Rillinus, thank you for the follow. We have Nicov trying to go ships on the water now, though. We'll be sailing around on the outside. And we'll have a couple of fast fires coming out for Slam. I think I've been put on some sort of mini front page on Twitch. Really? A mini front page? If you have a screenshot of that, send it to me on Discord then. I don't know what a mini front page is. Players can't make sea walls. How would that addition affect the game? I think there would be a huge change to the game, as Wonders calls the GG, and would completely change a variety of maps, because you could, like even on Hamburger, you could wall up part of the water and then have safe fish instead of needing to rely on military on the water. There is a mod where you can do that in the old days called the Realms mod. I don't know if T90 has any old videos on his channel about that, but there were. It's always one of those ideas that people have that has been modded in the past. Maybe one day we should do a test and just see what it's like. So let me just very quickly go to the next game. We did do a game once with the old bug from the Age of Kings, where fishing ships could construct buildings if you place the foundation near the coast. Oh. Maybe seawalls or something else to try. Dev should change turtle ship to shooting fire. Just bring the old turtles back. Right. One more game. I was gonna try to keep the ad counter reset on Twitch. Update this overlay, and again we'll have another set. I think the set still needs to draft, so hopefully we have another chance if this finishes. If it's 2 games more, then we're not going to finish, but we can at least get one more done. Let's see what map they're going to pick. As that was Koreans and then Byzantines over Japanese. You're chatting on Twitch and watching in 4K on YouTube. Nice. Hopefully soon we'll get 4K on Twitch too. And thank you, Space Pirate, for the follow. Alright, and looks like they're going to go Sumatra for game number 4. Right, but could be interesting map specific. I mean, there could be a fun map design thing. Maybe some spot to explore in map scripting. Let me set up the colors there. Yes, all right. And since we're short on time, I'm going to fast forward through the Dark Age, and it'll be Wonders to the southwest, Mayan Sanity to the northeast. It'll be Huns on land, Vikings on water. Combination we've seen quite a bit. And then Khmer on land, Romans on water. Romans on water for Slam. Okay. Okay, good galley civ. Go Dromans later on. I wonder if we'll see any interesting transports. We did see Nocturna with a fun transport strat the other day. Almost killed Lix on the island when he didn't have Loom. And I think there is room for landings. Oh, look at that lumber camp from Sebastian. Look at how beautiful that lumber camp is, nestled in that wood line. Oh, that is amazing. I mean, I should give them a point just for that lumber camp. That's what you can do as a tournament host. Arbitrary point awards. Is Barles, dogao, and Vinch Classic War happening now? Yes, I believe they're going to start drafting now. And I'll swap to that once this set is over. Or once we finish the recs of this set. And if it's tied 2-2, I don't want to leave on a cliffhanger. But now we have ACCM coming around and trying to go scouts on land. Sebastian's going scouts too. We'll have a scout fight on that hill as well. I was hoping to cast these recs before that set, and then the drafts have taken around half an hour from everything I've seen so far. Let me just double check my admin chat, see if that's going down. Yep, Barles just posted a draft, so we probably have a good 30 minutes before that set starts anyway as they're drafting. A galley fight on the water, Slam against Nikov. And Kumar, 4 friends, thank you for the follow. Why don't I play it at a faster speed? If the draft is done, we'll go back at a faster speed. So scouts going through the stable here for ACCM. Gonna try to break into Sebastian's base. Sebastian has gone for the small circular wall. Same thing for ACCM, small circular wall for him, and more bloodlines on the way from Sebastian. Galley's fighting on the water. More galleys being pumped from the dock for a slam. Games are 1 hour each, then we'll speed them up. Then we'll speed them up. We'll handle that if we get there, though. So spear goes down. So score lead for Sebastian and Nikov right now. And it's important to look at the galley numbers, 14 to 14. So still equal in galleys. And ACCM not even going that heavy on the fish. Slam has done fletching on the water, and he's up to castle age, actually. My insanity up to castle age really quickly. And now it just comes down to Slam to hold against this initial galley push from Nikov. Well, Khmer Romans, I guess you'd expect them to have a slightly better eco than Vikings Huns. As nice as the Huns are not needing wood, the 5% faster working of the Romans than the Khmer farms should give them a better food eco for clicking up. Now Nikov is up, but slightly slower. Fishing ships will go down. It was, yeah, 3 to 4 fishing ships there. And if you look at the resources, Slam and ACCM both, or ACCM, or no, Slam then sold the stone. There you go. Slam sold the stone. I looked at the 00 and I thought that was near ACCM. No, Slam sold the stone. Nikov didn't. And that's also going to contribute to the uptiming. You can sell the stone and buy your way up. Oh, transport ship for ACCM. Nikov will see that. But Slam will take out the galleys. I don't think he'll be able to stop the transport. And actually, that was maybe great for ACCM to release the transport then. Because instead of Nikov fighting the galleys and maybe taking galley numbers down, he got distracted by the transport and didn't really do anything to it. So Slam's base. Oh, Slam's base has scouts in it. Slam's base has scouts in it. There's a transport from... So much to look at in the 2v2s. A transport from Sebastian. So Sebastian did transport scouts over to Slam's base. Slam does not have loom. Slam does not have loom. But Slam has walls. He doesn't need no loom. He needs to be careful not to overchop here. And Daniela. Hello, Daniela. The scouts are everywhere. Slam will defend with spears. Slam, actually, that's a devastating timing for the landing to try to hit as soon as they've gone up to the castle age. Because if they go up without loom, they're going to spend the entire upgrade time without loom. Now, Slam, now that you're up, you're queuing more vills. Slam, you got to do loom, buddy. You got 5 scouts hoovering around. Your vills need loom. Slam. Oh, the scout's going for a spear. Take out the spear on the other side. ACCM breaking through Sebastian's base, but Sebastian's stonewalling. Loom is an imp tech. Even an imp, why would you do loom? You don't need no loom. What's a loom? Oh no, but now the loomless vills will find the galleys of Nikov. They have to go back to the TC. There it is. Now Slam has loom. He just did loom. There he goes. Now his vills are less in danger. Well, Nikov coming around with war galleys now. This Viking war galley is very, very threatening. And this wall not gonna go down. Sturdy gate. Slam jams hard enough he doesn't need loom. He still has a ton of war galleys himself, but the war galleys have basically bypassed each other and are just destroying the docks now. So Ram coming forward, Scorpion coming forward. How many vills did Slam lose? He's lost 6 eco units, so between vills and fishing ships, -6. Ram now going for the market. What is this crazy map? This is Sumatra. It's a updated version of a map that was originally called Eastern Coastline by Algernon back around 6 or 7 years ago for the Escape Champions League. It has been updated, and I called it Sumatra because this coastline is very clearly on the western side of the map and not the eastern side. I thought calling it Eastern Coastline would be a bit confusing. Yeah, it's Sumatra PDF. A PDF viewer. So, Wonders with the score lead. Slam did take a lot of damage there. Wonders is up by 20 vills. Now, that might be short-lived if ACCM can do some damage here. Sebastian trying to go Cav Archers. It's the Huns, so it makes sense. 2025, Huns are back. And he's picking some Vills. Is there... Okay, these Vills do have Loom. They're just dying. Why don't I call it Western Coastline? Because the coastline's random. It can spawn in all 4 orientations. I figured it'd be more fun to give it a name rather than some and make it less generic. How rough has it been? I have not slept. I have a list of small map issues I want to address tonight after the sets. Our base he added another one about relics. If only relics didn't have to be fair. So another break-in from ACCM. Sebastian maybe in a bit of trouble. Knight and Light Cav will go for the Mangonel. Vills will try to repair. And they'll get... Ooh, the repairs work. Repaired, they jumped inside and they repaired again. Scorpion's still pushing though. And 42 Vills for Sebastian. He's under a lot of pressure from ACCM. He's up to 70 Vills. Slam only 37 Vills, and it feels like Nikov will be winning the water. Winning the water while maybe ACCM's winning on land. I like how this map plays out as 2 1v1s, the crossover timings being important. Yeah, it's kind of unique, right? The figuring out when to do the crossover and how actually to play a 2v2 can be important. And I think that's part of the fun of the map, that it's something very different. I wish someone would pick Mediterranean. We've seen one islands game, and every single pick from the water category has been this map. I think it is nice though that we actually do see more of an open galley play, and it's not just another repeat of the small pond fire galley hybrid maps that we see so often. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I didn't even think about that. Romans and Chimera Scorps galore indeed. Chimera with the extra range, Romans being Romans. I have not seen Medi yet. I saw Regicide Fortress was picked but not played by LY against Nocturna. Turiz was upset that they didn't get to use their strategy for Zawal. He said they've tried it and it worked every time. All the war galleys for Nikov. Nikov, a huge score lead from winning the water. But I think also part of the challenge of the map is to turn winning the water into winning the game. Because you can win the water, but invest so much into it that you're not in a position to help your teammate on the land. We've seen sling attempts, we've seen landings. We've seen different ways of trying to help. But the timing on the help is important too, as if you let your land player fall behind too much, then you might not be able to save them no matter how much you win. I think the greater AoE fanbase should be sad that the Nocturna LY set did not last 5 games. Yeah, Nocturna definitely can cook some strategies. We'll have to get them back for some more show matches at some point. "40 war galleys." Yeah, 40 war galleys and only 11 from Slam. And Slam's still running around and jamming up the economy. Slam doesn't have ballistics either. So, I mean, as dead as Slam is, he has not invested too much into this. And he's getting some TCs on land too. Now, ACCM forward with a bunch of Scorpions. And the question is, how do Vikings help against Scorpions? They can do, what, Onager without Siege Engineers? Yeah, if you don't have Siege Engineers, you're not going to win Onager against Roman Chimera Scorpions. Huns definitely can go knights. Maybe I mean, Scorpions has such a high attack. I don't even know if the extra armor from Tarkans would be useful. It's probably a situation where the Huns just want to try to get into Cav, maybe even Paladin. Hello, Langzander. Salz versus Let It Happen starting the Civ Draft. Alright, Civ Drafts take a while. And Sergeant Jalehi, thank you for the follow. And Tundra Blitz, thank you for using your Prime sub on the stream. Few Ellies would help a lot more. Oh, you want to see ACCM go Ellies? I mean, I think everyone would want to see that. Now, Sebastian at least still holding. And, ooh, he wants to get a forward castle on ACCM. Okay, okay. He's sending a village for the castle. Nikov still with a good lead on the water. Slam, though, has transported to the land. He has 3 TC booming on land now, and he's actually up to 77 villagers. He still has economy on the island. This is, what is going on here? Thanks, D. And Sphiniston, thank you for the follow. Ships are dancing. Defensive castle from ACCM. So Sebastian's just going to turn his castle location over to the side and place it down beneath these houses. Actually, one of the best mods I ever saw was if you saw one of my old YouTube videos when I played through the Relics of Atheling campaign. There is a ship that had its firing animation involved turning the ship half a turn to the side, so it looked like it was firing a broadside of 3 cannonballs. So castle up for Sebastian. His team still has a good score lead, and he's getting some nice raids on ACCM. I was thinking maybe ACCM is winning the land. This is a huge score lead for Wonders. Maybe this will go to a game 5. I don't want to miss the start of Barles and Vinch. But Sebastian doing a darn good job here, pushing with the Cav archers. Nikov is full slinging. Did Nikov do coinage? He did, okay. Yeah, we saw that with FedEx and Monos. Monos started slinging, but he didn't do coinage. That's a huge difference between the 50% tax and the 20% tax. And he got full slinging. Hello, Dark Noob. Saw it live and check because of the tax. Yeah, and Sebastian up to Imp, so he'll be our first player up to Imp as the Huns, and he can probably just go straight for Heavy Cav Archer. You get Heavy Cav Archer with all that attack, and all of a sudden you can't fight that in the Castle Age. You have Ballista Elephants, though. And do we have any more of those? I gotta say, when they upgraded the Ballista Elephant graphics, they did it by changing the Castle Age graphic and keeping the original graphic for the Elite version. I gotta say, they did these dirty. This guy does not look menacing at all. He comes out from that TC, like he's hiding. He doesn't want to show off what he looks like now. Slam ready to start printing scorpions. 103. Oh, Slam's up to Imp too. Slam's actually the first one up to Imp. Slam is up to Imp. He did his Imp TC on the island, so his land TCs could pump the vills. He's ready to start printing scorpions. He's ready to make halbs. He's ready to go halb scorp. And wait a minute, we have a defensive castle from ACCM. And Sebastian's trying to deny that with the Cav Archers as he's raiding with his knights. ACCM's starting to push that back. ACCM sending more villagers, trying to raise the castle in front of the TC. Yeah, and these are going to be Roman Scorpions with the Khmer bonus. Hold on a moment. What do Huns have to answer that? They don't even have Onager. They only have Mangonel. They don't have Bombard Cannons. And there's going to be Halbs to deal with the Knight line. Cavalier on the way. Horse Collar on the way for Sebastian. He's not going to have that great of an eco. Nikov 146 vills and up to Imp. But now how does he actually get on land and help? Slam is helping on land. He has completely lost the water. But he is on land. Treb's going for the castle. Remember, Scorps have ballistics now. This will be cheap Roman Scorpions with the Khmer bonus that benefit from ballistics. Another castle for Slam. Is Slam gonna jam? Slam gonna jam this game. Market over there still. Might just try to destroy that. Slam getting his own castle up. We'll need ballistas. I hate them water trading. Yeah, I mean, even if Nikov comes on land, how do the Vikings help against Romans? Just, I mean, Berserks aren't going to help against the Scorpions. Neither are Champions. What else do Vikings do? Arbalests aren't going to help. You already have the Hun player for Heavy Cav Archer. And ACCM going to start raiding as he's up to Imp. Oh, ACCM is the transport full of vills right there. Oh, if only he had a demo. ACCM, do a demo, please. Do a demo. Make a demo. ACCM, notice this. You could demo all the vills. This is beach terrain. You can sail on it. They do have decent siege ram, that's true. But I feel like you need more than just siege ram. Nikov up to Imp. He can do banking now if he wants to keep slinging. It's going to be chemistry bracer. He gets the castle up. And okay, he's castle dropping ACCM. Cavaliers still raiding as the Albs push forward. Your demo group of 10 conks on Nomad today? That must feel good. So Sebastian has landed on Slam's island. So Slam is going to lose the island. We'll have one team on the water completely. And they'll be fighting over the land. And Trebs will go for the castle. Castle will go down. Down it goes. On the other side, Cavalier is still running around. And Sebastian out of food. He is out of food. And if you're the Huns and you're pumping Cavaliers, you need food. And what is his food eco? I mean, his food eco could be Nikov slinging. But Nikov now has the conundrum that his island's out of resources too. He needs to transport the vills. Never had a lot of fish traps added in. I mean, you could... Can you steal farms now? Is that fixed? Can you steal farms from Slam? Slam could always delete them if he saw that. Why has he not made any land units? Because he was slinging for a long time. And 2 Vikings... Ooh, he made a gate, though. He made a gate to trap the Cavaliers. Ooh, they get through the one tile. The Vikings against Romans is a tricky unit composition matchup. It's, Vikings do not have a good late game composition. And now... a lot of Scorpions for Slam. Slam got up to 92 vills, and Sebastian's under a lot of pressure. Scorpions will take out farms. Nikov needs cannon galleons. Yeah, that's the thing. They're so far inland, I don't even think cannon galleons help that much. He maybe hit a couple of buildings. Unless he's going to somehow get the cannon galleons into little shallow tiles. Vikings versus Romans feels like a Pike Onager versus Halb Scorp situation. The thing is, these are Chimera Scorpions with the Chimera team bonus for the extra range. It's Roman Scorpions with extra range against the Civ that doesn't have siege engineers. So your Onagers then do not outrange the Scorpions. That makes it... I mean, the Scorpions that outrange the Onagers is 8 to 9. That just makes it impossible to use the Onagers to kill enough Scorpions. I mean, maybe the champion line is helpful in just having something to kill Halbs. I don't know if champions taking Scorpion Fire or Arbs trying to dance behind that is more useful. As ACCM and Slam take the score lead. And, man, it was looking really good earlier on when Sebastian had that push on ACCM and Nikov was slinging him, but now Slam just reboomed too much. It's reboomed way too much. And the galleons, he's doing the galleon upgrade too, but that's taking up a lot of pop space from him. Cavaliers raiding the back. Elves killing some of the Cavaliers. And Trebs taking out the TC. 2 TCs on the water from Nikov just seems like utter madness. 3 on the water, 2 more on the land. And yeah, he's trying to go onagers. So Pike onager now. Pikes protect the onagers, but look at that, only 9 range. Okay, they do have 9 range. What is the 9 coming from? Oh, they do have siege engineers. Oh, when I checked siege engineers, I checked the Huns earlier. Never mind, the Vikings do have siege engineers. Okay, okay, I was wrong about that. That tech tree checking betrayed me. Yeah, they do have, okay, they do have siege engineers. So they do have equal range with the Scorpions. They're not outranged by the Scorpions. Why doesn't he take it on Slam's Island? That would be a really good idea. Remember, you can put the 20 vills in the transport now without any upgrades, so that would be a great idea. And, oh no, Sebastian, this could be a doubt castle, as the Hussars come in and this castle looks to be denied. Here come the Hussars. Taking out the villagers, vills go down, castle surrounded. And now the Hussar raids are commencing on the eco. Nikov's eco. He landed. He found a spot that isn't safe. The Hussars swarming everywhere. Vills all going down. And now 200 vills to 160. There's the GG. And Slam and ACCM do it. They will advance. Man, Slam and ACCM are scary. And they had to play through the qualifier too. They weren't even that highly seeded in the play-in. Only the 15th seed. But man, look at that eco from ACCM. Just a civ composition that if they looked at the civs and thought maybe Vikings Huns were the civs for the other team, Romans Chimera were a great late game counter to that. They held on just enough on the water. So we're going to swap over then. Arbase can let me know what the status is of the drafts for Barles and Dogao. But it's going to be Barles and Dogao against Vinch and Classic Pro. Let's see, I've gotten some pings on Discord. And let me get the draft set up. All right, so thank you all for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed that set. I know everyone loves Slam. Fresh, the brackets are underneath the stream. I have them linked in the cartographer's panel. So this will be Barles and Dogao versus Vinch and Classic Pro. Classic Pro spells his name in lowercase. And the team names are Let It Happen. Apparently there's a song called Let It Happen. Against SalzZ. And let me grab the drafts. Let's look at the ads done on Twitch. Great casting, a pleasure to watch. Well, glad you enjoyed. 2 more sets coming up today, and maybe I'll even cast some Silver or Community League games after that. So we'll see how I'm feeling as I get farther into the stream. I just want to get some ads out of the way on Twitch before they get into their set. Interact here. That's not the score. Thank you, Random Hero, for the follow. Oh, and also Hip Thrusters. Gotta work on those glutes at the gym. Thank you for the follow. Where is my casting information? There we go. Volunteers tribute to give me some community games. Yeah, I'll have a lot more time for the community games after the main event's over, but if there are I at least want to keep tabs on the Pathfinder leaks. I think there are going to be some really good sets there. Games look like Wonders can't lose too much off in 1-3 unexpected. Now, Slam and ACCM, I don't think them winning should ever be unexpected. Ad for eye drops. Maybe Twitch is saying this will help you watch more. I muted myself just in time before I sneezed. I have a very complex mute hotkey on my keyboard because I was accidentally pressing my mute button when I was doing coding streams before. And I needed something I wouldn't press accidentally, but now I really need to think about it. So let's look at this map draft. Arena will be the first map, wonderful. Then Canberra and Hamburger, the two home maps for Barles and Dogao. And Nomad and Forest Pond. So all the maps have some water on them, but then we also have 3 maps with walls on them. And hello, Ralph the Mouse Diff Tom. Like Vikings first picked for Hamburger, maybe. Koreans were banned. Woo were banned. All these maps seems like fun times. I have really been enjoying all of the maps. I feel like sometimes when I cast a tournament, there are some maps that I just look at and I'm like, I'm not excited to cast that map. For this tournament, I think I'm excited to cast every single map. It's important for me to maintain my enthusiasm throughout the event. Let's see, they're in the lobby, still haven't gotten started yet. So waiting for them to get going. Glad we didn't put Socotra in the chaos category. We have way too many chaotic maps for Socotra to go there. And hello, Lily. Yeah, when I put the map pool together, my thoughts were, if teams really wanted to, we could see a very vanilla 5-game set of the most common maps like Arabia, Arena, Black Forest, Nomad, and Islands. Like very standard maps. Even something like Golden Pit is kind of standard, it's just a variation on cross. But then we could also have something crazy like Hamburger, Canberra, Four Seasons, Socotra, Valley of Kings, Sumatra, Zawal. All the maps have kind of a crazy, all the categories have kind of a crazy map in it too. Why is the tournament called Cartographers? Because last time when we were coming up with names for the first one, Viper posted a bunch of suggestions in Discord, and I started trying to come up with suggestions too. And so, as anyone does nowadays, I asked ChatGPT, what would you name a 2v2 tournament in AoE2 hosted by the Viper? And I don't know if ChatGPT is aware of Viper's Dynasty being over, but the name it suggested was Viper's Dynasty Duos. And I also suggested Cartographers, and between those two names, Viper liked Cartographers more. Will it be good enough to play AoE2? I don't know if LLMs are the type of AI designed for AoE2 gameplay. Cartographers was a technology in AoE2. It was at the market. It gave you team vision. In AoE 1, it was called writing, I think. The technology you researched. And that gave you the team vision then. Wonder where we might see Khitans? Oh, were Khitans not banned? They would not. Where were they picked? They weren't picked. Oh, they were banned. They were... Wait, no? Wait. Oh, they were a very low pick. Okay, the last pick for Let It Happen. Last pick for Barles and dogao. We could see them on... Ooh, yeah, I mean, this isn't really a map pool for the Khitans to be useful. You like the cartography tech? Maybe you could play them on Arena. I mean, they have a good eco for Arena. I feel like you're going to use Teutons on Arena, like Teutons and Cumans. Or Turks and Cumans in that draft. Maybe Cumans could be used for Forest Pond, or Turks could be used for Forest Pond if you want to pressure the outside of the... Like you could boom with Cumans or pressure with Turks on the outside. Looks like Barles is rejoining. Bring back Obsidian Arrows. No Obsidian Arrows. I have nightmares about that. Nightmares. Why were Khitans such a late pick, Fredo, on YouTube? Because they're great for open maps like Arabia. Not so great for closed maps. They have a really good eco and strong scouts and step lancers. But in the late game, they don't have the same army composition to really fight with some of the more powerhouse civs. As Tur says, we have Obsidian Arrows at home with the Fire Archers. Yeah, exactly, very crunchy peanut. You do not eat soup with chopsticks. Oh, the YouTube title is not updated. Thank you. Update the YouTube title. Arrows but for plumes only? I mean, we don't see plumes all that often these days. Maybe we need to give them a buff. Dang, should be in the game. Here we go. And let me get the team name set up. SalzZ against alternate SalzZ. Let it happen. Alright. And hello, the Key. Thanks for stopping by the stream. Alright, we should be good. All the titles updated. So welcome to game number 1, SalzZ versus Let It Happen. This is one of our remaining sets in the round of 16. And let me actually grab the team seeds and put them in the overlay too. So Let It Happen is team number 6, Barles and dogao. SalzZ is seed number 11. They went through the play-in round. Oh, thank you also for the sub, Key. That'll be a tier 1 sub counting for Partner Plus. Appreciate the support. Let me tab around. There we are. So another deer being pushed in for Vinch, another boar being lured in for Vinch as well. And it will be Arena. This is good 1,800 HP wall Arena. So we're not going to have some of those silly trushes you see on the DE ladder. We're going to have a more classic game of Arena. We'll have Poles and Britons to the west for SalzZ, Vinch and Classic Pro. Then to the east, we will have Vietnamese and Cumans for dogao and Barles. So this team did have Turks in their draft, but opted not to use Turks on Arena. This version also usually has pretty generous backspace behind the walls, so you have a bit of room to fall back and farm if you get pushed, but no gold or stone in the back. It's not like OG Arena where you'd have the 3-tile gold or stone spawning in the back. All those are in the middle. And hello, Mr. Fluffy Bunny. And ooh, look at this. A straight line of berries for Barles. That is lovely. Oh, that is. You don't see that often. But yeah, I didn't do the very restricted spacing like DE has for the berries. We can get a straight line. It is wonderful. And deer pushed in for the TC. We'll have Feudal Age on the way. Villagers for Classic Pro. Straight line of Garys means 1-tile gap is more efficient. Depends how many vills you put there. If you just put in 4, you can have 1, 2, 3, 4 vills, take those, and it's perfect. And then you go 2 and 2 on the outside. And if you only have 3, that's, I guess, even better for this. Because you can diagonally take the berries now. I don't know if you could do that in AOC. I had never seen anyone do it in AOC, so I think you probably couldn't, but you can diagonally take the berries now. You always did it with trees. So maybe it was possible, and it just never caught on. So Vinch did not lure his boars with his scout. That's something he likes to do on Arena. I never liked it myself, but he likes to lure his boars with his scout sometimes. Vinch also had done very well in the previous Masters of Arena. I think Masters of Arena 7 against Tato. So Feudal Age on the way for Classic Pro, and we'll have Feudal Age on the way also for dogao. Sometimes other vills can get stuck on it. That's true. More farms going up for dogao. Saracen's Mines team up with Obsidian. I've seen a lot of that in the past. So Crewman's Boom for Barles, gonna do a TC on the back wood line. Gonna leave a gap on the back of the TC so we can surround it fully with farms. And then start chopping that forest. Classic Pro mirroring this gap from the inside, keeping track of it. Another barracks going up for Vinch, and we'll have Feudal Age on the way from everyone. And Market Blacksmith going up for dogao. Enemies here with Nomad in the pool is interesting. Nobody can like text that have been deprecated because it
Ready.
Oh man, I'm freaking obsidian arrows. I don't even have any mines in this game. So we have Market Blacksmith there from Classic Pro. Barracks likely be the old player adding in the stable to go for scouts. Market Blacksmith from dogao. And Kuman Boom with the Market Blacksmith, and then Scouts with the Market Blacksmith, both teams. Vietnamese, Britons. When you get longbows for the Britons and their trebs, that I think can actually do pretty well against the Vietnamese, or better than you'd think. At least against Rattan archers. It's the Imp Skirms that I think you really have to worry about. And okay, all the scouts are going down for SalzZ, losing both their scouts, and low HP scouts left alive for Barles and dogao. The faster moving crewman scouts, a great bonus to have in Feudal. Look how speedy that guy is, 1.63 speed already. Surprising to see no trust from Vinch. Well, we do have proper 1,800 HP walls. So he picked the poles, which are kind of a trushing sieve, but is just gonna play a boom game with them, which I like. I like seeing a normal game of Arena for a change. And instead of a tower rush, we can get a castle drop. Okay, classic pro. As the Britons will send villagers forward, and he's gonna go for a castle drop. The good thing though is dogao, having kept that scout alive, will see this. You'll see that they're going for a castle drop on the crewman player. And this is where if you're Barles, you could consider sending a whole bunch of vills to Vill fight, but you do need loom. You need a blacksmith. You could always do a workshop now and go for a ram push. So 3, 2, 1, castle age, loom, and a castle right on the walls of Barles, who is booming away. Now, how do you stop this? Castle drop can be messy. Well, I mean, it's only 7 vills forward. And yeah, Vinch is going scouts, but dogao... Oh, dogao's going for a castle drop. Okay, dogao going for a castle drop. Dogao thinking, okay, you're sending all of your scouts to help get the other castle up. I'll just do my own castle, wall in the vills. And scouts do not deny a castle drop. The vills just wall themselves in. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. How Barles might do a ram push on this castle to clear it. There's no melee unique unit for the Britons. They have the longbow. So there's not going to be a great way of stopping the rams. Maybe the light cav could do it. But if the light cav player now is castle dropped, then they might have to come back to help deal with this. Will be Rat and Archers able to run throughout this eco and raid it. They don't get cap rams in Feudal, they just get normal rams, unless that was changed. It should just be normal rams. And they're going to need dogao to damage Vinch enough that the light cav won't get in. So if the light cav get in and start hoovering around, it's going to be death for Barles. He did his second TC in a position where he was optimizing farm placement and not optimizing protection on the gold, so that gold is exposed. Just keep 50% more vills. Well, if these get in, the light cav are going to have a nice raid. But Barles has to keep walling. No stone walls for the Cumans. They only have palisades. And longbow plus light cav plus castle help them break through. Bodkin on the way. Here is a petard. Petard's extra deadly against those feudal age houses. Still takes 2 petards to break through. Maybe the right thing to break through is the market now. I think, what does it take to destroy a market? 1800 HP, but I think petards have a bonus against walls. So you go 2 petards on the market, and you break through where there are farms, and you can't re-wall on all the farms. So this would actually be a great spot to get the light cap into the eco. Castle is just about finished though for Barles, and what does he have? He's a forward stone, so he's not going to have a defensive castle of his own. Not even going to have a workshop or any stables for doing units to keep this out or fight it. Maybe he forgot he could do the workshop in Feudal on his way up. Meanwhile, dogao over here broke a hole through the wall and is going to send his rat and archers over up here to help out Barles. He can't get in unless that wall's deleted. Why did he wait to build the workshop? I don't know. He didn't need to wait. Dogao has to realize he doesn't have a way in. And even if he does go in, you don't want to fight longbows before you have your armor upgrades. 8 attack versus right now 4 armor. You need to get the first and second armor upgrades to have 8 armor. I mean to have 6 armor. So they only do 2 damage. Oh, the gate is open there. Okay, there's a hole around the gate. And yeah, this is just what longbows can do. They can outrange the Rattans for now. A couple of longbows going down though. Yeah, now the scouts are going for the market. Castle can hit the market too, now that Bodkin is in. Yep, Castle will destroy the market. Barles will need another market in the back if he wants to keep adjusting his eco. We'll go send vills to repair. That's why I thought the petards would have been nice, because you can take out the repair vills. Yeah, and immediately you see Barles needing to delete the farms to wall behind this. Barles is a Black Forest player, he knows how to wall. Vinch taking some damage from that main canal. 4 scouts go down. 4 scouts go down to the main canal. Okay. House going down here from Vinch. Just a 1 palisade wall between the market and the blacksmith. Yeah, it looks like it. Just 1 palisade. And camping Kali, thank you for the follow. Oop, okay, scouts running around. Mangonel gets a hit. Mangonel tries to hit them again. That market just about down. Important to keep the Mangonel alive, and hard to do that against the longbows. And we do have Imp right away from dogao, so he went for the castle drop into the faster Imp. Another castle going up. I don't like the siege versus longbow light cav TBH. Maybe if it was pike cap ram, but I feel like it's too vulnerable to longbows. It forces a lot of repairs. Forces repairs all the time. Longbows will outrange it. Important to note though, in the Castle Age, longbows don't have extra range over crossbows. They just have the Britain bonus applying to them. The extra attack they have that makes the difference against the mangonels compared to crossbows is they'll do 2 damage instead of 1 with the 6 pierce armor. So Imp on the way for dogao. I have another castle on the way up. And so double castle forward for dogao, and Vinch might be in a bit of trouble here. He's not going to have anywhere near the timing, and I don't know if he'll have army to fight this off either. You do not like the bottom half of the Vietnamese castle. Yeah, it's like the Vietnamese castle is really pretty, but I don't know how to describe it. Something looks off about it to me. I don't know. I'm not an architecture critic. I don't know how to describe it. This staircase looks very weird that it's wider at the bottom and narrower at the top. Like, make your staircase the same width, maybe. I guess that's just generally how the walls go, though. Kind of slanted. The sad face at the door? Oh my gosh, there is a sad face at the door. Look at that. The door is frowning. Those eyes, and that's a nose. There's a sad face. Or it's just this. If you're not counting the door, it's just this. It's like a straight... It's like a neutral mouth with some eyes that say, hey, we're going to produce some petards. There are different ways to see faces there. Oh, God. Gosh, we'll never unsee that now. Anyway, these longbows continue to push. We have Imps coming in for both players on SalzZ, but Imp already is in for dogao, and now his trebs are going to start popping. Defensive castle for Vinch. Maybe he could do Schlachta privileges? And he has that being researched right now. And then just spam knights. And dogao might not have the numbers to defend against knights if the walls then get deleted. A letterbox opening. For all the snail mail. Perfect pronunciation of Schlachta. I tried. Oh, but wait, what is this? What is this? We had petards. The petards from dogao that came out of that frowny face earlier have come over to hit Classic Pro's base, and Classic Pro had everything forward in this longbow push. He has to come back now. He can't really make any more progress until he gets Imp, but he's going to bring the longbows back, and he needs something to clean the Rattan archers as they've gotten into his base, went right through that gate, and now disrupted all of the farms. He's going to try to rebuild the gate. Dogao going to come back to defend his trebs, but Classic Pro has been mightily disrupted by all those Rattan archers. That's the fun of 2v2 arena. In a 1v1, you're just castle dropping and going forward, and this type of thing doesn't happen to you. You're defended. No ballistics, just now finishing ballistics, so those Rattans will be much better at killing vills now. That Classic Pro under a lot of pressure. These Rattans do have 6 pierce armor, so longbows will probably need Bracer to take a good engagement, but they will significantly outrange them. We'll have 10 range with Bracer against the 7 range of the Rattans, and they can just stand out of their range. No ballistics though, so dogao might be able to dance a little. Dogao going to do a 3rd forward castle. He's taking out the castle, but what really matters are the Schlachta Privileged Knights, the Schlachta Privileged Cavaliers, who do have both of their armor upgrades. Oh, Vill's still going down to the Rattans. A nice micro from dogao. I was planning to win with 1 mangonel. Barles will somehow need to deal with that castle, but a ram push always is in the cards with the Kumans. Ballistics on the way for Classic Pro now. Folvark Workshop being tribbed. 6 knights, 10 cavaliers. He's got 4 stables. He needs more cavaliers. That's a lot of Rattan archers, 21 of them. They are elite now. They're elite, they have 11 attack. Cavaliers still hoovering. Horde Trebs though, Barles will lose his TC. Barles doesn't have a way of stopping that Treb push either. And he actually, oh gosh, we have a sneaky TC in the back of Classic Pro's base. Eventually worried about not getting defeated, did manage to run some vills. You're building a sneak, that's not a sneak so much as a defensive economy. Barles ran vills too. So everyone has managed to run vills. We're not gonna have players defeated. And 19 cavaliers, more queued still. Stables are going down. I think you have to take the fight against the Rattan archers here rather than the Trebs. So cavaliers trying to dance just to slow down the archers. But while more cavaliers are on the way, so are more Rattan archers. There are now 40 of them. I don't think this is enough cavaliers to fight. Only 20. I need more stables for Vinch in the back. He's just trying to buy time. And he might need to run vills, use some quick walling skills to keep the Rattans away. And Vinch is going to need Newly to fix the pathing if he wants to get away here. Thank you, Just to Bees, for the follow. And he's running vills right into the castle. That castle is ballistics. Those vills are not going to escape. Every single vill he just tried to run went down. Vinch. He is 23 cavaliers, and he's going to take the fight. Is he a few Rattans? He's going to run away. And of course, Mayor, thank you for the follow. Cavaliers have to run. Putting a couple cap rams do more than the cavalier he created at this point, versus the Trebs and Rattans. I don't think he can afford the cap ram. With this many Rattans, remember, it was 1 damage each for 36 Rattans. That adds up after a while. If you're just trying to push Trebs, Rattans just kind of fall back and whittle down the rams. You need something that actually can kill the Rattan archers, and right now, cavaliers are the only thing that can do that. Vinch not taking the fight, trying to do some fancy micro. If he just fought there, might have done better. But yeah, the Rattan's going to take out everything. Only 4 pierce armor for the poles, so without the final armor, you need to have overwhelming numbers, and that is something he did not have. Dogao with a huge score lead now, even having Rattan archers over here to help Barles. But Barles, 79 vills, Vinch 47. Barles has a lot to lose if Dogao can't save him. Dogao with a huge score lead over Classic Pro, though. 60 vills to 58? I wonder if that's just because Dogao killed Vinch more. All the Rattans in the back. Vinch running his vills, just trying to slow down the Rattans. And more vills will go down. Barles still at 79 vills, but Vinch and Classic Pro going to call the GG. As Dogao would have a castle drop over here, and I don't think Classic Pro is in a position where he could fight Dogao. Dogao, 59 vills, 71 military. Only 17 longbows. He had 66 Rattan archers at the end, so good win for them. That's 114 kills for Dogao. 114. And biggest eco for the Cumans. Insane eco, even though he couldn't use it. Sub 12-minute castle time. That's what happens on a 9-vil start. GG. How much did Barles sling? I don't think he slung much. Or, okay. Oh, no, he was slinging. I honestly didn't even notice that. He slung 10k resources. Okay, well, that's a big thing to miss. I wish Capture Age could separate out the sling messages a bit more from the market messages somehow. Because, yeah, Barles was... Okay, he was slinging Dogao there, and that's how Barles got up. So the plan then, it wasn't just a Kuman Boom, it was a Kuman Sling. It was a Kuman Sling for Dogao, and that's how he was able to get imp so fast. Yeah, I mean, like, visually separate it more. Because it's just a bunch of white text here. And I think if you could, like, separate the sections more between market usage and Sling, that might be helpful. By 50% tax, so to nerf slinging, so that it's not sling every game. So yeah, he slung, and it was a Castle Age sling with coinage, I guess. So some before, some after, from 50 to 20% tax. Alright, so that explains the imp timing then, the sling. And I mean, that move to go from the petards and push Classic Pro meant that Barles stayed alive. If Barles gets pushed and loses the sling, then maybe Vince can get the Cavaliers in time to fight the Rattan Archers. But 3 Castle Rattan Archer production, all upgrades? Oh, that's nasty. Yeah, Vietnamese are a pretty good pick on Arena or closed maps in general just because of how good they are late game. Imp Skirms as a team bonus is an amazing team bonus. There you go. Let's see, where am I getting tagged? Great. In the next game, they are in the next game. The next game will be Nomad. I was gonna add a sling command. I don't think I ever did. Did I write in the description or the panels on Twitch the sling rules? I did, yes. Underneath the stream, if you scroll down, I have a Carto 2 panel, and the slinging is written there. Can't get mad on Nomad. Here we are. Alright, so we'll have a Winchester playing in the red as the Portuguese, and oh boy, we have close TCs, close TCs. Classic Pro and Barles going to be right next to each other. And dogao not that far away. So, could have some violence between these two. The TCs cannot reach each other, so this is a fair game. Not going to need an admin read for TCs too close. And thank you, Bent Poem, for the follow. Just got an apartment.com ad. Alright, so welcome everyone to Nomad, and what a game of Nomad it is, as Barles and Classic Pro have their TCs right next to each other. This is also Chinese for Barles, so we'll get those +3 vills. Chinese and Japanese against Portuguese and Malians. So classic AOK civs against probably 2 of the better Nomad civs in Portuguese and Malians. Chinese you pick because of the 9 vill start. They were, in the old days, probably the best civ on Nomad because they'd start with the 3 vills before the TC went up. Then they kind of went through a period when that bonus was removed until after the TC went up, and when you would build the dock on Nomad, so the lack of starting wood hurt you more, that they became one of the worst civs on Nomad. And for now, with the 9 vill start, with the change that their TCs have more pop space, so you don't have to build houses, and the fact that you can get your food income coming in so quickly with 9 vills to pump vills out, and you just get 3 extra vills, they're a pretty good civ for the 9 vill mode too. Chinese Nomad TC days was... the Conqueror's days was fun? Yep. Vinch has no gold access at all. Vinch? What do you mean he's gold? Right here. I think you mean someone other than Vinch. I think you mean Classic Pro. Classic Pro has no gold access at all. Yeah, there you are. How likely are towers in this game? Very likely when you're this close to each other. I mean, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if one player were to delete their TC and douche the other player. I guess maybe you have an advantage in the TC war if you're Barles or dogao because your teammate is so close and can send vills to repair. Essentially sling a load wood by repairing for you. I'd love to see a good TC drop. So dock positions will have one to the northwest for Vinch, and Classic Pro will be over in the east, and another dock for Barles, not that far away from Classic Pro. Not only are their TCs close, but the docks also are close. And then dogao docking all the way down to the south. He's in quite a pickle. Well, he's in the position where he wants to let Vinch boom, and it's now Classic Pro has to annoy two people while Vinch gets a clean boom. I think that's usually how you want to play situations like this. And he's done the first thing, which is clicking up to Feudal first. And when you're surrounded like this, it can be hard to find enough boars or hunt to click up. But he has gotten up first. So far to the game, he's off to a good start. X over here. X to the north, Xing everywhere. What are they even Xing up there for? Nothing there. Well, oh, look at that. They're going to be sharing gold. What friends? Enemies in diplomacy, friends in sharing gold. Just a little friendly gold sharing. Hello, Icehawk. Go dogao. We got a dogao fan in the chat. Our fellow sheep dogao. And Classic Pro, what is he gonna do? Does he do a tower somewhere? We'll have stone access. He just has to make sure he doesn't die. Archery range. So there's a barracks, so we'll be throwing down a range. Cheaper buildings for the Malians. And tower on the gold. So we'll tower the gold while also doing a range. Sharing is caring. This is Classic Pro territory. Oh, this is now dogao territory. Will the towers be in range of each other? No, they won't. Maybe with fletching. We'll have an outpost from Classic Pro, and the better with which to see that tower going up. And on the water, what is he doing? If anything, looks like no ships yet. He's going for another dock. What he does not know is the position of Barles' dock, it would seem. He's been scouting with that sheep, but just missed it. Didn't quite go along the coast entirely to find it. They don't want to share. They're gonna fight now. Too much time sharing, not enough time tower rushing. Well, that tower is pretty nasty because it stops the gold income from Classic Pro 2. Has to go mine the gold at the top. Any vill that goes there is just gonna get shot by the tower. And fletching on the way for Barles. More vills are in the TC. And Gadjalt, thank you for the follow. Also, Svetpies1, thank you for the follow earlier. Thank you everyone for following. We're almost at 13k. I'm still gonna hope we can get to 15k by next week. It's a bit of a stretch goal, but we'll see if we can hit it. And, ooh, market denied. Market from Vinch was denied by Barles. Vinch with the doubt market. Barles keeping that vill away. And Dare Chris 697, thank you for the sub. Thank you for using your prime. Classic Pro getting sandwiched. Getting sandwiched, but also being annoying. Being annoying. The key is dogao's not going to get a free boom. And Barles walling up. If Barles had to do a range, he has to fight a bit in Feudal with some archers. Vinch right now is the Portuguese, just going to do a market at home. At the very least, Barles managed to hit him a tiny bit. But Vinch able to have a smooth build. He'll add in galleys, and maybe be able to snipe the fish at the bottom. Classic Pro is the medium rare patty in this burger. Medium rare, the correct way to cook a burger. Maybe we'll need him to play Hamburger. Vills will... Ooh, a Vill will die to the archers. Our archers have to garrison in the TC. He's a bit more tenderizing. Classic Pro is a sandwich or a soup? I mean, his goal is to turn this into a soup instead of a sandwich. Thank you, Max Variance, for the follow. If he turns it into a soup and harasses both enemy players while Vinch booms, that's great. If he just gets sandwiched and dies, it's not. So Barles going up to castle, and once he gets castle, as the Chinese should have a good crossbow mixture to start sprinkling in on Vinch. Vinch trying for the tower, needs to get that up. Archers everywhere. Tower up on the wood line. You could wall him in, it'd be a wrap. So still doing more towers, trying to be a bit annoying, but not quite there. Archers coming around, Castle Age on the way for Vinch. Wonder if Barles shouldn't have sent his archers to Classic Pro as well, trying to crush him and then play 2v1 against Free Boom Vinch. I think the thing is that Barles already is under pressure and has a lot of towers, so the archers would struggle to find damage with all the towers. Vinch, at least, if you force the boomer to do towers, that's going to make it trickier for him to add in TCs later. Archers coming forward, hitting the gate. Tower going up for Classic Pro. Archer is still sprinkling arrows all over on these houses. We'll have a few docks over on the corner for Classic Pro. Another dock for Barles. Like, ooh, Barles going to try to dock aggressively here. And at the same time as he's docking, he's also making a castle. This will be a defensive castle on his own TC, but it'll take out 2 towers. And if Barles gets this castle up, he could always try to petard Classic Pro's TC and destroy the TC in Feudal, basically prevent Classic Pro from getting to the Castle Age. Archer's hitting the house. Castle goes up and kills a Vill. I'll start destroying towers. And the tower goes down. I don't think Classic Pro would have a problem with Forever Feudal versus dogao. Well, that's true. Maybe dogao will stay Forever Feudal. Dogao has a lot of room he can run, though, but there are archers out here. The Classic Pro has at least been very disruptive for dogao. Dogao down to 34 Vills. But at least dogao doesn't have a castle on his TC. And Vinch's boom has been disrupted. This has been disrupted quite a bit. Finally gets the Mangonel out to deal with crossbows. And Barles is not paying attention. He just lost 3 crossbows. And has to bring his other 2 back, so that might be a small thing, but losing 3 crossbows there frees up Vinch's base big time to get that TC on the wood line. Vinch still winning on the water, hitting the dock. And Vinch up to 44 Vills, Barles 45. So it's not like Vinch has freely gotten his boom going. And without any harassment, Barles getting another TC. Vinch's team does have the score lead. And on the water, looks like the fire for Barles will be cleaning up the fishing ships of Classic Pro. He had been fishing for a while. Barles and Vinch both now on the water. Dogao looks like he's lost all of his fish. His 2 fishing ships hiding in the corner. And Vinch still a lot of fishing ships on the water. 8 fishing ships for him. So Eco invested into the fishing. To the KD stats. Swap over to the KD stats. 25 vills lost for Classic Pro, 16 for Dogao. As we're gonna have another castle going up for Barles. Barles with the second castle. Up down here by that wood line. And 2 mangonels still hovering around in the bottom. And oh, coincident, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone, we're hosting an Age of Empires 2 tournament here. We have our red and yellow against blue and green on a very messy map called Nomad. So we have Classic Pro, Dogao still stuck in the Feudal Age. And these archers will be trying to disrupt that wood line. And Vinch and Barles with a pretty good boom going. And thank you very much again for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. And University going up in the middle for Barles. He has 2 castles up. As the Chinese could swap over to the Chukonu unique unit at some point. Right now, still on crossbows. And on the water, it does feel like Vinch still pulling ahead. But you really have to be worried about Barles pulling ahead in Eco now. With those castles, he is defended, and he is going to go for the Chukonus. They do tear apart mangonels with all those arrows they shoot. Dodging a shot, and that will go down for Vinch. He has a 3rd mangonel, but the split micro on the Chukonus, keeping them safe, and another mangonel will go down. Gets the deer, but doesn't get the Chukonu. Oh, poor deer. And not a single unit lost for Barles, a great micro. And now Vinch will have to invest into some more units. We do finally, though, we finally have Classic Pro. He lost his initial TC to that castle, had to rebuild it, but he's up to the Castle Age. Dogao still is stuck in the Feudal Age. Classic Pro has done a ton of disruption to him despite that castle on his TC. On the outside, some galleys still sailing around, but running into the fire ships of Vinchester. Dogao just wants to snipe as many of the fishing ships as he can. Vinch, the final player to lose his fishing eco. Only 4 fishing ships left, but on the land we have a forward castle from Barles. Chukonu is important to keep the mangonel away from the villagers, and Vinch will respond with a defensive castle of his own. Trying to drop the castle right on the eco. It will deny a gold from Vinch. And that castle is just about in from Classic Pro. Neither player clicking up to Imp yet. Looking at the resources, neither of them close to it either. So we're not going to have a Trebor, but we could have some rams in that workshop for Vinch. He could go for a ram push on that castle. If Barles Dogao is seed 6, Vinch and Classic Pro are seed 11. This is single elimination, best of 5, so winner moves on. Loser drops out. More Arbs and Chukonus coming around. And that castle is in range of the TC, actually. He's in range of the TC. And Vinch does have to be careful. If he wants to click Imp, he'll have to do it in this TC. This one a bit too dangerous next to the forward castle. Caravel spotted. Okay. Well, spotted and quickly goes down. You got to see the destruction animation at least. And Banana Rama 3, thank you also for the follow. So castle taking some fire. Surprised we haven't seen a ram push from Vinch. The Chukonus, though, do a great job of destroying the battering rams. They have melee damage of 0, so the -3 melee armor of the rams means the Chukonus actually do a lot of damage. And Chukonus still running around the back. TC trying to defend against them. Some organ guns coming out. And repairs on the organ guns. Organ guns doing a great job of dealing with the Chukonus. They do go down, but at least they're going to clear the wood line. Bills can repair these. Yeah, Vinch still has been focusing on water a lot. It still feels like Vinch has the lead on the water, but at the expense of Barles maybe getting some castle positions forward on land and also clicking up to Imp. And now the scary part will be if Barles gets Imp and gets Trebuchets and can take out this defensive castle. Which is why I'm still maybe a bit concerned that Vinch didn't do any rams in that workshop. Yeah, not great against the Chuko News, but it does help you clear the castle. And we have dogao still slinging, so that's part of the key of this game. Even though dogao is stuck in Feudal and has been heavily pressured by Classic Pro, he is slinging. And that means sending resources over to Barles. So he's opening that Diplo menu, using that market to send the resources over. And it's not much else he can do when he's stuck in the Feudal Age. And Classic Pro is doing a lot to pressure him. But they're using the sling to get the timing advantage in Barles getting up to Imp. If you look at the resources sent, you can check the stats on the economy tab. So he sent 3,000 resources. Barles has received 2,000. There is a 50% tax in what you send. In the sense that if you send 150 resources, they receive 100. And there finally is that ram. And the castles are close enough to each other that it'll be a struggle for Village just to pop out of the castle and destroy the ram, because this castle will protect it. But a couple of Chuko News in the back will take care of the ram. I feel like if you go for the ram push, it's more than just ram. You gotta amass maybe 3 or 4 and then suddenly go for the push. Try to take it out before the Chuko New numbers could overwhelm you. But we have Imp now. Imp for Barles. And as soon as he gets up, I'm sure we'll see him queue a Treb. So dogao going to continue slinging now. And we'll see a Treb come out for Barles, as we have another TC going up over on the right side. And Gene Bauer, thank you also for the follow. So some Chuko News and crossbows hitting the mill. That mill being shot from everywhere. That castle, that spread out group of Chuko News. No one likes that mill. So dogao now without a TC, going to add in a second TC. And essentially at this point, Barles is trying to play 1v2 with the sling. Or mill indeed. More organ guns for Vinch, but the Trebs are out. That first Trebuchet, not something that is easily destroyed by opponents who are still in the Castle Age. However, we do have Imperial Age on the way for Winchester, and a Classic Pro researching coinage. Classic Pro with 39 vills in the Castle Age with coinage. If he wants to turn to a sling, he will be able to sling far more effectively than dogao. And it's going to try to support the Imperial Age economy than of Winchester. Barles really far ahead though in score, adding in more TC, so he will have a good villager lead as he expands his eco. Not like Vinch has no eco either, he has 3 TCs. He's continuing to add in more vills on his way up. He's not really repairing the castle though. With 2 or 3 Trebs out, this castle will go down really quickly. And then you have to ask, what is he going to do in Imp if he can't do Trebs and win the castle fight? Mill is the centerpiece of the strategy. Mill is gone now. But now it's also on the other side of the map. We'll have Barles trebbing the castle of Classic Pro. Classic Pro still stuck in the Castle Age. And if he will be slinging, he's not going to be going Imp anytime soon, so won't be trebbing on this side either. Barles going for another castle, and the sling from dogao seems to be paying off. Dogao is almost dead, but still managing to sling. Still managing just enough sling. And starting to feel worse for Vinch unless he can maybe get one good push. The problem is just Barles suffocating him with these castles. He's not going to have any map control. Another castle keeping the organ guns away, and without his own castle, he can't make trebuchets. Immediately he clicks chemistry in that back workshop. At least Portuguese and Malians will have a really nice university for researching chemistry quickly. And he's going to have to be doing bombard cannons now. There'll be bombard cannons to try to clear the castles. How do they stop this? The only answer is going to be bombard cannon here. And if that doesn't work, it'll be game over. Fastest chemistry ever. Usually chemistry is a tech that takes forever with those speed bonuses at the university. Team bonus, the Malians University works faster, and the Portuguese team bonuses, all techs in general, are slightly faster. So that was a quick chemistry. And where we go, there is the bombard cannon. Now, bombard cannons are mobile, which means you can dodge Treb shots. Trebs are very inaccurate. But if Barles gets lucky, he can destroy the bombard cannon. It's going to be a lot for Vinch to micro. And repairs will come in on the Treb. The Treb is also uphill, so it takes a bit less damage. And yellow also, when he feels the Treb and Chukonu push is getting there at the top. And okay, yellow losing everything is going to call the game for them, as they're going to call GG, and Barles and dogao go up 2-0. That is now 1, 2, 3 castles that would have been forward for Barles, and the slinging for dogao paid off. It worked. GG. And that was 100 kills for Barles. 32k res collected. He and Vinch were very close, but the sling started a bit sooner for dogao, and that's 2 games in a row this team ended up winning thanks to some slinging. Last time it was Barles slinging dogao. This time it was dogao slinging Barles. And he couldn't sling safely like dogao was, and also swapped to it a bit later. Let's see what they have for the next map. Looks like it will be... They launch right away. It'll be Forest Pond. Alright, Forest Pond for the next map. I'll get this overlay checked off. That was a loss for them on Nomad, but they will go for their home map. Yep, next set will be Andy and Lewis versus Prisma and Nahue. What were the civs there? There was Portuguese and Malians losing to Chinese and what was dogao civ? Was dogao Vikings there? Completely forgotten what the civs were that game, or what dogao was that game. Thank you, Child of Honor, for the follow. And thank you again, Coincident, for the raid. I'll leave a shout out. If I can spell your name correctly. Have you seen an established meta for Forest Pond? Not that I've seen yet. Not that I've seen yet. Alright, here we go. And yeah, I need to restart Capture Age every game, so apologies for having a slight black screen in the transition. And I need to reset the score. You like the sling strategy? Viking sling sounds good. Viking sling was the classic Nomad strategy back in the AOC days. So we will have a Winchester in the red as the Italians and Classic Pro in the yellow as the Dravidians. They'll be playing to the south. This is their final home map, looking to start a reverse sweep of Barles and dogao. Dogao as the blue Lithuanians to the northeast, and Barles as the Green Turks to the north. This was what I was thinking. The Turks on this map could go for some type of outside push with the Janissaries, and in the late game would have the extra range cannon galleons for controlling the land from the middle. So, Turks... faster mining gold from them. Not really a civ you think about as a water map civ, though. Usually it's the wood that matters, and they don't have a Dark Age eco bonus, so you're not going to have a fast uptiming like the Italians and Dravidians would. So this civ composition reflects to me a difference in how the players are focusing the map, where Turks and Lithuanians feel more like a combination for controlling the outside, and Italians, Dravidians more for controlling the middle. Now, Dravidians have the bonus that your dock provides 5 population, so you're saving a house. That's 25 wood and a bit of villager time in the Dark Age. And that's your team bonus, so it applies to the Italian player as well. And Italians have a cheaper Feudal Age, so that combined with saving the wood on the dock lets you get the fishing ships out nice and early, and gives you a really quick boom to start getting to the Feudal Age and pumping out your galleys. The Lithuanians themselves start with 100 extra food, so they have a nice uptiming as well. And we have Feudal for dogao when he is not trained a fishing ship yet. So dogao, 17 villagers, 18 pop Feudal, no loom. A build he can pull off with the Lithuanians because of that extra food. 3 easy relics in dogao's reach. Let's choose 1 kind of forward outside of his base, and then 2 more in the back. Even a 4th over here by Barles. So the relics. This one's kind of in between these two. I mean, maybe the relic positioning is slightly favoring Barles and dogao. That's one of the things that still I wish we had a better way to do in the map scripting, balancing relics. On this map, I think we have a pretty even distribution. But on some of the other ones, it's still something I'd like to put more work into. It's not an easy thing, and you have to do a lot of hacking around in the map scripting language, but still probably some room for improvement. Is that a 7 relic map? Yep, Excalibur. All of the maps in Cartographers are 7 relics, aside from Zawal, which is 3 and 3, and 4 Seasons, which is 2, 2, 2, and 2. But 7 is the standard we went with. That is also what the DE 2v2 maps use now, and from seeing how people tended to like having more relics on Rage Arena, I thought it was good just to add the 7 relics for all the maps. I think it's nice civs like Aztecs or Burgundians have some more options to grab relics now. Hope to see artillery cannon galleons on this map. I do too. I hope we don't have to make an admin decision if we have artillery cannon galleons camping the middle of Forest Pond. Because now that I think about it, this is probably the map where that would be the absolute nastiest. Very, very Oasis-like. There we have Double Bit Axe for Classic Pro, and Feudal Age for Barles. So Barles and dogao not prioritizing the water as much, it feels. Like we have 3 docks from Classic Pro, who loses his fish anyway. So dogao's plan was just to go up as quickly as he can to hit the fish. But at the same time, Vinch is going to snipe off the fish from Barles. Barles still in the Dark Age. Will be going for a fast castle, so he won't be fighting on the water. And now Vinchester has to figure out, as that wolf attacks his vill on the outside, how does he stop Barles from doing a castle drop right on his face? And the answer is, oh, Vinch didn't even take one of his boars. Didn't take a boar. The answer is he's just going to stone wall the side. Okay, Vinch's going to try to stone wall the side of the map, go all the way to the edge, and hope he can get the stone wall up before Barles starts sending vills forward for a castle. Now, losing HP on that vill to the wolf is absolutely devastating if the scout from Barles comes in, and Vinch maybe needed to send 2 vills, as immediately he's going to try to attack the scout with his own scout. So 32 HP, equal HP now, and the scout should probably run back and protect the vill. They don't plan to fight on water. Is it worth spending the resources to build a dock and some fishing ships at all, knowing they will go down soon anyway? I think that it usually is, And the reason I say that is because you care about the uptiming to the castle age, and you still have to gather all the food to go up. And so having a few fishing ships gathering food can help. Now, would it be better if you just put all the vills on food under your own TC? Maybe, but remember, you're limited in food resources without building farms. And if you have to invest in farms in the Dark Age, that's pretty expensive too. So if you're taking from another source like the fish, in addition to your sheep and your boars, then everything lasts longer. And 3 more tiles of wall for Vinch need to go up, and Vinch sending a second Vill. That will probably be in time, but Barles is sending all of his Vills forward, and we'll have to do the castle back here. Slam win. Slam and ACCM did win. Yes, Loila, nobody. So castle on the way, and certainly more of a focus on the water from Classic Pro and Vinch. They've won it, but dogao didn't try to take the water. His plan was snipe as many fishing ships as he can with 2 galleys. Then they gotta abandon the water and play on land. Walling the sides is dogao, just like Vinch had done over here. And Barles is not gonna have a spot to drop the castle, and also not gonna have a transport ship since this team did win the water. So he's not gonna be able to do a transport castle drop like we saw Sebastian do. Is dogao slinging? Dogao is slinging, so once more a sling strategy. Once more this team is slinging. dogao sending resources to Barles. So again, good thing we noticed that early. So their plan was then snipe fish, wall, and sling. And the outpost villager will himself walk through the walls. Ooh, dogao, will he notice that? He does see that there's a Vill there. Very low HP on these walls though, but another Vill will finish it. Doesn't want to let that Vill end up getting a sneak. Prevalence of slinging. This is the first set where we've seen a sling. I wouldn't call it too prevalent so far. More terrors on the sling. We've taxed the sling enough. I think the sling is actually in a really balanced spot with this tax on it. And with coinage and banking and castle and imp. You can sling someone. You can send them resources to go up. Yeah, you're allowed to sling. You're allowed to sling this in this tournament. The rules for slinging are you're allowed to sling. And I have that posted in the cartographer's panel beneath the stream. Is where we only increase the tax, so it's nerfing the sling, but we allow players to sling. We didn't want to have one of those tournaments where someone slings 100 wood 40 minutes into the game, and then they get an admin loss. 80% tax? No. If you tweak coinage, that'd be nice maybe in the future. Maybe we can encourage them to make these the default sling settings in the game. So, weak scout from dogao, but he and Barles are still around the back. And now Barles, receiving that sling, wants to do another castle forward. Italians, though, usually a fairly decent civ at dealing with the Turks with the Genoese crossbows. Have a unit that actually can fight the Janissaries, and if they go imp, they can go condottieri and have that melee unit that's fast with extra attack against the Janissaries. Yeah, and with the fish, maybe Vinch can go imp. I mean, they do have an option maybe for Classic Pro to sling Vinch to imp, and I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Classic Pro going to start slinging himself. This is a classic game of Age of Empires, sling versus counter sling. dogao trying to be annoying with that Vill and wall up the resources. Classic Pro chasing. So castle here from Barles. But if Vinch can go imp first, especially with the sling, there's the university. He can, do the cheaper imp for the Italians and just win a Treb war. Get a cannon, get a workshop up, and immediately go chemistry and cannons. Italians, that's true. Italians with a cheaper Imperial age. Every age advance for the Italians is cheaper. Oh, the Vill letting the bear into the gate. Oh no, Barles, let the bear in. Oh, at least the bear was kind enough to walk back and not be in the middle of dogao's base. I never realized that. Do predator animals walk back to their starting location after they get a kill? I must have chased that Vill for a long ways. Rip the villager. I have a workshop here for Barles, and he is getting slung up to Imp 2. Now the Turks are great because they don't have to research chemistry at the workshop, but the Italians have cheap bombard cannons, they'll have trebuchets, and they'll have Genoese crossbowmen, enough of them to the point where the Janissaries won't be that useful. As they can dodge the arrows. Look at that guy dodge. Wolves stay where they kill. Oh, so different predators have different behavior then. Okay, interesting. Oh, that bear going for another villager. I think that Bill's gonna win. Okay, that guy didn't have loom, but he finished off the bear. He's gonna come to dogao's base and add in a house. Two castles versus one. This castle's far enough away, though. I don't think it'll make a difference in the Treb War. Giga Chad Bill's bear. Yeah, no loom in forward castle drop? Oh, Vinch was on the water, so Barles wasn't too afraid. Here go the Genoese crossbows. Vinch deletes a segment of wall to run around. If you can apply any type of forward pressure with them, this would be great. And also the situation where you kind of think maybe he would transport. But Barles, aware of the transports, is actually walled up inside of his base towards the town center, so he already has something of a wall against a transport landing. Yeah, in general, archer units are good against gunpowder units. Just kind of as a general rule of thumb. Genoese crossbowmen fit that category pretty well. So, as Imp is in, the first thing clicked here is chemistry. For Winchester, he's going to look to get bombard cannons out, but the Turks, with their free and insta-chemistry, already have a cannon. Condottieri could be important for picking off the cannons, they do get bonus attack, but not really an answer to the cav archers. Genoese crossbowmen would have bonus attack against the cav archers. But for now, it is a Treb War. Treb War where production is stalled out, maybe. Vinch still getting slung, so both players getting slung for this Treb War. Are there any sets after this? Yes. We have another set coming up after this. Check my messages, make sure I don't have an admin issue. Many channels. I need the whole series at once, yes. So, Condottieri taking out the Treb. Taking out the Treb. And this is what makes the Italians so good with that sling. The sling lets them make Condottieri. And now Barles has to wall to keep that cannon safe. He can't let the Condottieri destroy it. Otherwise, he's not going to have any more pressure on that castle. Castle's still at 11,000, 10,000 hit points. Or 1,100, 1,000 hit points. And cav archers will be chasing around the Condottieri. They're going to try to find Vills. Weak Vills for dogao. I don't know what they're doing out there, but one of them will go down. Condottieri chasing the cav archers. Barles is going to stop microing for a second. Over here, no forward landing from Venture Classic Pro. Classic Pro just making some fish traps. Oh, what a lovely sight. Fish traps around the dock. And castle fight on the other side. Vinch going to stop repairing. And we'll just do another castle in the back. We'll get now 3 cannons. I guess if that castle goes down, he has more room to micro. Sends the repair vills now. I don't know if we meant to stop there. That castle goes down, then there's no protection for the cannons against the cav archers. Has to be the Condottieri protecting them now. This castle still alive. Vills have to be there to repair. Felt like a mistake not repairing. My 2 players in Feudal still slinging. Because one player started slinging, and the other team decided they needed to counter-sling. Vinch just needs a couple more trebs. Trebs don't get picked off by cav archers like cannons do. And Vinch's team still controls the water. I'll have dogao with a Vill trying to wall and stone, just trying to be annoying still. But behind the sling, Classic Pro has actually gotten up to 85 vills by virtue of all the fish traps. So Classic Pro is going to have a much better sling. He has 24 extra vills over dogao because of the water control. And with enough Genoese crossbowmen and condottieri, the cav archers shouldn't be able to push much longer. And with the cannons, they'll be able to take out the castle. Blacksmith here, we're doing bracer. Turk cannons. Formidable because of all that extra HP they have and the potential for extra range. Castle being hit by the cannons. Hill goes down. Hostile gas signaling in the north. Let's see, there are some units about to break into Barles' base. Barles doing bloodlines for the cav archers. dogao sending some vills around. Galley here hitting the stone. Lots of repairs on this castle from Barles, trying to slow down the progression of the sling. Market going down. You don't need a market to receive resources, only to send them, so as long as Classic Pro has his, they're good. Casual 30 fish and Feudal. Classic Pro with the casual fishing eco. And these are so expensive on the slings. 50% tax. This is not your normal sling game, but now the condottieri have gotten into Barles' base. They've gotten into Barles at home. Barles did a defensive tower, but not much he can do with that tower. Condottieri going down. Now, Vinch has to be careful about the positioning of his Genoese crossbowmen, though. He doesn't want to lose them to the tower needlessly. And Barles also has to be careful of his gather point. A good number of cav archers here forward for Barles. Genoese crossbowmen will have bonus attack against them, but will themselves be much flimsier. 45 compared to, you can select 170 hit points with bloodlines. Vinch transport. Where is Vinch transporting? Oh, he could transport in. He could transport into anywhere. Transport wherever he wants. Keep an eye on that. Both slingers still slinging, though. Castle weakening. Having a treb is a nice advantage over the cannons, just that extra range and protection with armor against the cav archers. And where's the transport? There it goes. Condottieri raid on dogao. And playing the map, dogao could have stonewalled this at any point, but didn't. And here comes the raid. Only sent maybe a cannon or a treb with the raid to destroy the TC. Another target potentially is the market. Thumb ring on the way for Vinchester. He's getting a great raid on dogao's farms. Forest Pond being played with the middle mattering. Gonna take out a lot of vills. And run over to the gold mine. Vills there going down. Everything dying on the gold. Leather archer armor on the way. Vills die under the TC. I'll have 15 vills in the TC. dogao walled himself up. He'll clean this condottieri, but great raid. That'll hurt the sling. It's a 97 eco sling versus a 49 eco sling. So eventually Vinch does have to get the army he needs to push this castle back, you'd think. dogao just being so annoying with all those walls. Those little laming walls. Condos have solid pierce armor. No, they only have one pierce armor as their base. If it's not 0. Or no, it's 0 pierce armor. They can get up to 5 though with all the techs. And the unique tech even for the pierce armor. So there's a total of 5. And Classic Pro up to the castle age. He's clicking up. And maybe he could actually contribute something in the game other than just sling once he goes up. That's a lot of condottieri coming forward. They will try to force the cannons back. You'll also have to go and repair the cannons that will leave the castle vulnerable. Condos can't quite get to the cannons. That's a lot of cannons now. 5 cannons going for that one. They get it. And now the castle vulnerable to being sniped off. And down it goes. Down it goes. We'll soon be back to the starting 9 villas. Well, they will call the GG as the castle is cleared. The raids from the condottieri are in all of the enemy bases. Genoese crossbows over here, condottieri over here. And well done to SalzZ, starting potentially their reverse sweep. 90 kills for Barles, but not quite enough. You look at the sling, and much stronger sling for Vinch and Classic Pro. 12k food collected for Classic Pro with all those fish. And so Let It Happen had a strategy where they were going to ignore the water and sling the Turks, but that backfired a bit. When losing the water, it meant the other team could counter sling with more fish. There's not a lot of deep fish on the map, so teams might like to prefer some land aggression, but they're backfired. Katos are as tanky as the Huskarl? Not quite. They don't have that same Pierce armor. One Forest Pond. Well, I hope we get to see sudden death on Canberra. That was very highly picked. Dravidians and Italians winning. Against Turks and Lithuanians. Oh, and Zeta2, thank you for gifting 10 subs. Thank you very much, and it's nice to have 700 viewers on Twitch and then another 150 over on YouTube. So thank you all, hope you're enjoying the tournament. And reminder, we do have a goal. If we hit 15,000 followers, I will add another $500 to the prize pool. So all the follows have been much appreciated. Margugu got a sub. Ooh, wonderful. Celebrity. Like sling taxes go up like market prices do? That'd probably be nice. And it looks like the map will be Canberra, indeed. Canberra for the next game. So this is sudden death. You have one town center, you can't build anymore, and if you lose it, you're out. I think I missed a couple follows. Thank you, Bubby E, Gawara, and Cop Chameleon for the follows. What is the follower goal? It is 15k. We'll see how we do over the last week. Oh, and I also received a donation that I think I missed earlier. I have 2 windows open, and I'm not looking for YouTube and Twitch, and I'm not seeing all my donation alerts. Let me read the donation. Let me see who sent this, and thank you very much. We had a... Let me see, where is this? This Viper is out of the tournament. Is he allowed to cast? He can cast. I'm not seeing this in my activity log either. Oh, actually, it might have just been... Never mind, that was another email I got. That was not a Twitch thing. That was another Age of Empires alert. What I think about the slinging every game so far in the set? It's fine. Not every set's going to be full sling like this. They didn't play Vikings? What did they play on Nomad? Wait a minute. It was Japanese on Nomad. You're right, you're right. Sorry about that. He was so dead I forgot what civ he was. There we go. And they have launched. We'll have a spec delay of 1 more second. And then we'll have some wild civs for Canberra. Make sure I get capture rate properly restarted. So again, apologies for the black screen during the transition. That is due to some weird OBS issues I was having. And here we go. Gotta set the scoreboard up again. And welcome to game number 4. Here we have Canberra, which is a sudden death map. That means you start with 1 town center, you can't build anymore, and if you lose it, then you are defeated. We will have Vinch and Classic Pro to the southwest. This is their home map, and they're playing against Dogao and Barles to the northeast. Vikings and Byzantines. So cheaper docks from the Viking team bonus, and then Byzantines the ability to go fires. This map is absolutely crazy. You have options for dock blocks. You can go to the middle. And hello again, Daniela, a little Maple Leaf Lancer. There's 1 fish in the middle with 32,800 food. I put as much food as I could before that overflows, so whatever that power of 2 is. 1 more food would cause the food to overflow. Onager cut through the outside. Well, there is black terrain on the outside. You can't actually go there due to the rocks, but you could Onager chop the trees at some point. I think that this map has been amazing for all of the sudden deaths I've seen on it. Now, everyone's sending their vills to the middle. You can also dock block and block off a passage if you want. And that's what they're going to be doing here. Oh, Barles, no, you said... Oh, Barles, disaster. Dogao wanted to build the dock here, but Barles placed the foundation just in time where the Vill couldn't walk across the shallows. Dogao is just going to have to put his dock somewhere else. He's going to build it right over here. And people say, I mean, people don't even see sling nowadays. The DE audience doesn't know. They don't know the majesty of the sling. They don't know the good old days of Sling the Mayans. Could you jump over the rocks on the outside with a siege tower? No, you cannot. That would be cute, but you can't. And Doc blocked his own teammate. So fishing ships will come out. And you do have 1 shorefish at the edge of the water near your TC. So sometimes players actually dock down there and take the fish with a villager. That does lead to the potential of the enemy team walling you in, though. Yeah, nice dock from Dogao. He didn't finish the dock. Where's this Vill going? What is that Vill doing? Dogao just decided he didn't want... Oh, he didn't want that dock. He'll probably just delete it. He's doing another dock on the other side with that Vill. He wanted the dock block to be successful. He wanted to be forward. And, well, I mean, he is Vikings. He might still want to go multiple docks for galleys, but it's hard to use the Vikings on the water on this map because they don't have fire galleys, and it's so close that you fight before the galleys are created. But they also do have cheaper galleys, and while they don't have fires themselves, they will have longboats in the Castle Age. And maybe their plan is just fires from Barles, followed by longboats from Dogao, and then dromons from Barles to win the water. You got a dromon stuck 6 to 7 squares into the land. Is this sudden death? Yes, this is sudden death. Yes, indeed. And I see before I had a regular Canberra, and it was not really very interesting. SD adds a different complexion to the map and makes it fun. Yep. I saw it in Valhalla, and it was an amazing sudden death map, so I decided if we're using it, we're putting it in the Chaos Pool and making it sudden death. So, where is Vinch on the water? This is a situation where the Byzantine fire galley should win the water very easily. It's going to be 3 docks from Classic Pro, and it looks like he's going to be going 3 dock galleys. So 3 dock galleys to try to fight Byzantines and Vikings. By sudden death means if you lose your TC, you're defeated. You have to keep your TC alive. Does this map support 2-player size? Yep, there are 2-player versions of it. And specifically the one for Carto, I have a lot of hard-coded stuff, though, to work for the 2v2s. But there are versions that work for 1v1. And Vinch up to the Castle Age. So Vinch going for a fast castle with the Celts. So Vinch is going to be playing Huang Rush on sudden death with the Celts, and doing what he can then to pressure Barles as the Byzantines. So Byzantines is saved with a bit of extra HP on their TC. Not as much as the Persians do, but they have more HP on all their buildings. I see that with a 300 on the Palisades compared to the normal 250 on the Palisade. Hard coding? Well, I don't know if hard coding is the right term, but I didn't have the... I don't have the map set up for all sizes and game modes right now. And there's Vinch with the Scout, sending 2 Vils forward with the Spear. And yeah, he indeed is going to do a workshop and go for a Huang-like push on Barles. For all the tags I'm getting. That's a good suggestion, Ray. I'll do that later today. And fishing ships going down. Classic Pro. Classic Pro still taking the water. And Classic Pro is investing heavily on the water. He will go for the dock. Demo for Barles. He's going to try to get a demo shot on those galleys. We do have the house forward. Once Finch is up, that'll be a workshop. And the question is, does he just demo now or does he wait? And I think the answer is he demos. He goes for the fish. I mean, it's good to kill 2 fish. If he had gotten the demo right in the middle of him, he could have taken all 3. So Classic Pro loses the fish, but doesn't lose any of his galleys. The demo was just, let's destroy the galleys. Or let's destroy the fish, and not going to worry about the galleys. So more Castle Age on the way from both players. And dogao going to double dock at home, and he will be able to make the longboats. With Viking longboats, he should be able to fight off the galleys. On the other side, there's the workshop and stone walls coming up from Barles. Barles has to be careful with the market being so forward. If he loses it, we'll need to do another one in the back. And double workshops now for Vinch. And with the water control, this is an option if Classic Pro were to send a transport ship over here. Vinch could just transport a whole bunch of mangonels around these walls. There's the ram. Galleys here also to keep the Vils away. And sudden death, so you lose the TC, you're defeated. Barles right now heavily on stone. We'll look to get a defensive castle now that he's up. And that castle going up. But I think that the mangonel transport idea still would work to come around to this side of the map and avoid the castle. Barles going to continue mining stone heavily. He might even be thinking of getting a second defensive castle at some point. I'm just going to turn to this side. But now it's going to be longboat time for dogao. Longboat time from dogao. Docks being taken out by the galleys. Castle is up. Ram going through the market. And market goes down. Blacksmith continues being mangonelled. Ram gets repaired. The mangonel's going for the palisade wall on the other side and making another opening. So how far does that castle range? It does not range down here. And as that house gets rammed and mangonelled down, now all of a sudden Barles is off that stone and Vinch has a way he can kind of run around, take out some houses by the lumber camp, and then make another path for mangonelling the TC from the back. I still think one transport ship would have been the play, but he's finding a way to get to that TC. On the other side, galley? That's a lot of galleys. They're fighting the longboats. The longboats came out of the docks maybe prematurely. Demos will come from the docks, but no war galley was upgraded. And the initial round of longboats are going to go down. And the galleys, they need to get out before the demos are created. And he does. Classic Pro gets out in time. He gets out in time before he's trapped by the demos. Okay, no, maybe he doesn't. Okay, he could have sailed farther away. But he did get hit by 2 demos, lost a lot of HP, but didn't actually lose a galley. And on the other side, more stone walls. And you gotta keep the range indicator up. Yeah, they've definitely prepped this. And Cataphract, Monk needs to convert the Cataphract, but he doesn't have any Monk juice left. And oh no, 1 Cataphract would be devastating here. 2 Cataphracts even more. The spear is getting killed by the castle. Cataphracts, 1 conversion though. The Cataphract is converted. That is huge as the Vills try to repair the Mangonel. The other Mangonel runs away. Repairs come in. The Cataphract will probably go down, but the Vills still keeping the Mangonels away. And we have Castle Age on the way for Classic Pro. Classic Pro is still destroying more longboats. He destroyed one of the docks. In the middle, that dock there's from Barles still. And I still think that transport ship was a missed opportunity. As now we look at the Vil counts, it's 36 for Vinch, 24 for Barles, who did everything he could to defend his TC. Now dogao trying to do more longboats. Galley's taking out the dock for Barles. And now this army has been stopped. Mangonels are very fragile to castle fire, so Vinch had this tiny sliver of land around the outside where he could push, but now that it has been stonewalled off, and we'll have War Galley over here for Classic Pro. Monk Juice is such Christopher page. And the longboats, again, will go down to the war galleys. And if the longboats go down, then there's no more defense for that TC from the war galleys. War galleys are able to, as dogao sails to avoid them, are able to range the TC. Dock will go down. And at this point, I think Classic Pro has destroyed this, and I think they're going to force a game number 5. Vinch could just sling Classic Pro Imp and they'd lose to Cannon Galleons. Well, more docks from dogao. And now dogao in the position where he has to repair his TC against the war galleys. War galleys have 8 range. Town centers only have 6, so the TC cannot defend itself. Dogao still has an option of mining stone and throwing up a panic castle, but he needs to repair the TC to keep it alive. On the other side, he tried to do more docks to prevent the ships from sailing down here, but those docks will probably go down as well. dogao is repairing, but there's a transport ship. There's a transport ship with a castle drop. There's the transport. Castle drop on dogao's face. And this is looking like we're going to have a game number 5. There's the GG from Barles. They can't stop this. And SalzZ has forced game 5. They've done it. dogao, I don't think he was going forward. I think he was running. The Huang play here from Vinch didn't quite work out, but it forced Barles to be so defensive that Classic Pro could win against dogao. And Classic Pro going on the water against Vikings Byzantines. These two civs didn't really invest into the water. They tried to dock block and get longboats, but dogao, I don't know if that was, I don't think that initial dock mistake cost him. Maybe he needed a second layer of dock block behind that. The galleys were able to get in and take the longboats out before the numbers could be amassed. And that just meant dogao was so far behind he couldn't come back. Yeah, clearly they didn't sling. Maybe that's the issue. No sling, no win. So 24 kills for Classic Pro. More eco for Classic Pro, 11k res collected. The fastest castle time from Vinch, 11:17. And most vills from Classic Pro. I think sling is risky in a situation where you can't make more TCs. I think it's risky in a lot of situations, but that is a good reason for it to be extra risky. Now we have Hamburger. That was Vikings and Byzantines against Celts and Bengalis. So I guess this is Armenians for both of them. And then either Incas or Teutons against Georgians? Could be Incas and Georgians for SalzZ. And Oreo, thank you for the follow. Yeah, on sudden death you can double the slinging player. You can't just like die while slinging and run. And El Pachoka, thank you for the follow. I'm going to see more upsets. Well, I guess this technically would be an upset if SalzZ wins. They're the lowest seed. So this is game number 5, and again after this, we will have another set. It is Andy and Lewis against Prisma and Nahue. And then tomorrow at 15 GMT, finally, we will have GLA, Error and Doubt against Black Sails. That is the Dragonstar team, Dr. Agenstar et al. Make sure there's enough rocks in your hamburger, enough trees in the hamburger. There, they're still in the lobby. Players might need a moment to gather themselves before final game, the calm before the storm. Right. Trees in the hamburger. Yeah, I guess this is a veggie burger. Oh no, DE failed to download match content. Oh no. Making me restart the game. Thanks, DE. Get your T90 thanks DE emotes in the chat. Restarting, no problem. Alright, second time is the charm. We can join Hamburger. So, reminder, I am also streaming on YouTube. And my YouTube channel should be linked under the stream if you want to watch in 4K. I know some people are doing the thing where YouTube is more friendly for TVs or various other devices. You can always watch on YouTube and chat in the Twitch chat at the same time. Alright, we're in this time with a 25-second spec delay, and it will indeed be Georgians Armenians against Incas Armenians, or Inca Armenians. I guess Inca itself is plural, and they updated the civ name to to respect that. When capture is just about to click in. YouTube is a boon for the mobile viewers. Yeah, I think so. The Twitch mobile app has been giving me a lot of problems. So there we go. All right, Hamburger, Barles and dogao. Armenians for dogao in the blue, Inca for Barles in the green. Against Classic Pro has Armenians in the yellow, and Vinch is Georgians in the red. And immediately we're going to have a wall-off fight. And Bullmeister, thank you for gifting subs. Thank you for gifting subs to start this game number 5, as we'll have walls up on both sides. Vill's going to fight the eagle, and this is why it's not one tile wide, so it's a bit more fair for the walling. And the eagle, stronger than the scout in the Dark Age. Vil has to run back for Classic Pro. Sometimes we've seen players just wall up peacefully, and here we're seeing a Vil fight. Bullmeister, thank you also for using your Prime sub. Thank you for the support. And walls going up. So aggressive Vil fighting. The other side did get walled. Here it's a bit messier. Barles getting the forward wall. Classic Pro should be able to wall behind it without much issue. One tile left. Vils are just going to body block everything there. Take a look at the HP bars. Eagle will take a hit and will go down. Will it go down? Oh, gets the scout. Gets the scout from Classic Pro. As the Vils keep stabbing each other. Eagle will run away. See if the Vils end up going down. That Vil goes down. And it's still open. Remains open. And Cruxark, thank you for the follow. Okay, Barles not being too aggressive, but just wanting to keep Classic Pro busy. This is Armenians versus Inca here, so the Incas being the ones who are more disruptive. Doing more walls. Now Classic Pro coming forward. Has to be careful of those injured Vils. Trying to trap that Vil with the Palisade. And she needs to turn around and probably will make it back to the TC. More Vils coming over for Barles. Now Barles is a Black Forest expert. If there's one thing he wants to do, it's Vil fight and make it messy, I think. It's just Crux and then reversed Crux. Thank you very much. So Vils fighting each other, stabbing. And Barles keeping this open. So one day I want to see Persians go for the douche on this map after a big Vil fight. I know teams tried that in the first Carto. But while this Vil fight's still going on, we have Vinch up to Feudal. Vinch is just like, hey, I have a good eco. I started with the mule cart. I'll be Feudal. Yeah, Barles knows his Vil fighting for sure. He has more on the way. dogao up to Feudal, just as Vinch is up to Feudal as well. So Armenians on the other side will be up. Incas save a lot of wood on their houses, so it can be a good early Feudal water sieve. Was Ruben stock in the first Carto? I don't actually remember. I think that was Kamigawa's team who went for the douche at one point. Oh, the TC saves the Vil from the scout, just got close enough. It's a volley of arrows on that scout, so dogao's scout lost a lot of HP there. Almost got the Vil. Another Vil goes down. So SalzZ down by 2 Vils now. And the next thing we'll look for is galleys or fire galleys on the outside and towers on the woodline as the teams reach Feudal. And quick wall. And Barles is just going to delete. He's going to delete the rest of his walls. And he wants to keep Vil fighting. He does not want to let up on the Vil fight. Well, we have Licks in this tournament. Licks might turn maps into Vil fighting maps. Okay, more Vils from Classic Pro. The entire village coming forward. The entire village coming forward. Oh, and thank you, Don Pato Pesto. our Burgundians expert, thank you very much for the sub. The partner plus counting sub. Those fighting each other down here. I remember our Burgundians army. So Ville's still fighting. And thank you, Phidias, for the follow. Barles loses a Ville. Kills a Ville of Classic Pro. He wants to keep this going for the whole game. He wants to keep this going for the entire game. Maybe he and dogao just have a plan that involves lots of Ville fights. That's the res collide. We can't see that in the team game overlay, unfortunately. We can look at the idle TC time, though. Barles only 9 seconds, Classic Pro only 15 seconds, so they have been keeping their TCs working, and they both actually do have docks and fishing ships behind this Ville fight. On the water, we have a couple of galleys from both players. Vinch and dogao both opening galleys. They haven't tower rushed the middle that extensively. One tower from Vinch, but dogao didn't even bother to tower, he just ran his mule cart to the side. I guess why waste the resources if everyone just moves with the mule carts? And as that happens, finally, it looks like Classic Pro managed to get the walls up. But Barles up to Feudal behind this, up to Feudal faster than Classic Pro. Look back at the resources, Classic Pro is not yet there. He's not there yet. Barles with the Inca up to Feudal, he's getting ready to trush this wood line maybe. Yeah, now it's Armenians versus Georgians on water. But it does look like Vinch is winning the water. And both players 3-dock galleys. And the fishing ships will go down for Barles. The good thing is he's clicked Feudal already. What's Barles doing with the sneak Ville? Oh! Barles does have a sneak Ville. There he is. But he has been found. He's been discovered. Trying to wall himself in. See what type of sneaking he's able to do. He has been discovered. Hills gathering from the shorefish on the edge. Oh, and Doubt, thank you very much for the raid. We're in game number 5 of Barles dogao against Vinch Classic Pro. We had an extended Ville fight over here. Very, very Rage Forest-esque type of game so far from Barles. And these two players are chopping the same wood line. They might chop through to each other. All that effort to wall each other out just to make another hole. Thank you, Doubt, and thank you, Jaws, for the follow. And fletching will be on the way for dogao. And fueled by Kyle, thank you for the follow. Another dock for Classic Pro, but Classic Pro is still in the Dark Age. He can't do anything on the water. He's relying on Vinch to have won it. Woodline is a game of chicken. Should I have added chickens on Hamburger? Should this be a chicken burger? Bullmeister with the Doubt emote. A galley micro. Dogao needs to pull ahead and stabilize a bit. You would probably think Armenians favored over Georgians on water. We have Classic Pro up now. And he did house wall this off, but tower from Barles. So tower from Barles, and Barles is about to chop through to the house. And then it will be a defensive tower from Classic Pro. Barles is doing everything he can to play Black Forest. He's going to try to chop through and make a hole. The defensive tower will try to keep the Villes away. Now, are these towers in range of each other? Not yet, but I think they will be after fletching. And fletching is just about to be in for Barles. Ooh, he needs to get his Villes off the wood line. Garrison's in time there. Ooh, full... Gets away. Okay, the tower... Can't hit that one. I mean, he might just want to garrison and fight, but looks like he's just going to go for another lumber camp instead of a fight. And we'll do another tower, try to keep Classic Pro even farther off the wood line. wheel cart though, so we can keep moving over. Ooh, and over here, actually, they have chopped through. They have chopped through over here. That's where they initially walled. Vinch has chopped through a lot of that wood line, and dogao will be chopping through here too. And huge galley fights on the water as Vinch is going to go for a transport ship. And that'll be 13 versus 13. The number is very even. Slight reinforcement advantage for Vinch from the docks. But if dogao can inch forward a bit and be in front of this dock, he's going to stop galleys from popping out of it, while also simultaneously putting himself at risk of demos. Not looking fun for SalzZ. Well, they do have the score lead. And Archer's just sniping Vils. Vil going down. And Barles is in. Oh, the Sneak Vil never was cleaned up on 4 HP. He finally made an archery range. Classic Pro didn't wall him in properly, and now there are archers in the back. There are archers in the back of SalzZ's base. The Sneak Vil actually did something. That should never happen. That should just be walled in. But the skirm coming out now. Skirm coming out now. There is a demo in that dock, but dogao far enough forward that it might not matter. Demo in that dock too. And Vinch with a lot of idle Vils as he's microing on water. Classic Pro needs to defend with the skirms, and dogao is up to the castle age. Dogao is up, Vil goes down. And another Vil goes down. Alright, those red Vils going. They're going for just a lumber camp, a mule cart on the outside. Just chopping wood, nothing suspicious. And got out before potentially losing the water. So one more archer still running around, 5 HP. But look at all these idle Vils now from Vinch. He's idled everywhere. This tower idling him. The archer is harassing him in the back. Desperately throws up a market. And he clicks up to the castle age after using it. And now we have some sling again. Again slinging. This team likes their slinging. Barles slinging dogao. Everything Barles has done has been so annoying to the other team. So again, the sling is taxed extra. It's 50% instead of 30%. And Barles is just going to send some sling over to dogao. I hope that dogao can win the water. And also start pushing on land. So Vinch and Classic Pro still with the score lead as both of them are up. And Humble Godman, thank you for the follow. Dogao will carry Vanilla Donut Confident. University on the way for dogao. And that'll probably be for ballistics on the water as War Galley and Bodkin are in. It's Classic Pro on the water too. He has quite a few galleys out. But a big investment if he's going to lose it if dogao gets War Galley. So Galley's going to turn and fight. Galley's running. And War Galleys will be winning the water. But Castle Age is going to come in for 2 players now. Barles, he's not done Vil fighting. He's not done Vil fighting. He's going to Vil fight that tower. Do another forward tower. As he still has his archers there. Everything now falling apart for Vinch as he's off of stone. Another chop through the middle for dogao. And he wants a castle. He's moving it to be even more forward. That's not enough skirms to stop this. Not enough skirms, and that castle will go up. And hello, Jambi. And yeah, dogao just pumping the galleys. Barles continuing to sling as he does a lumber camp. We'll have a castle defensively for Classic Pro, but Vinch is going to have a castle on his face. And dogao now winning the water, destroying all the fishing ships, and even going to find the transport ship before Classic Pro is able to transport. Ship goes down, so will the villager. At least Finch did get to the outside, and he still is the only player on the outside. But maybe this team doesn't need the outside. So we'll have another castle going up in the middle. Does dogao know about the red outside base? Yeah, he might have seen the transport, but he didn't scout it. Another castle for Classic Pro. Castle takes out the towers. And Vinch will lose his starting TC. Not sudden death this game. That won't matter too much. But he will have to be forced to the outside now. And scores, well, starting to be pulled ahead for dogao and Barles. Vinch taking so much damage. And 96 to 69 vills. Doc's going down on the outside. See if there's anything Classic Pro left can do. If there's anything left that Classic Pro can do in the middle. You delete the house and chop the trees and push forward. Oh, and Leary, thank you for the follow. And hello, Bear Gorilla. SalzZ, they don't have a... Do they have a transport now? Yes, there's one transport. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of vills in the transport, but the galleys are there. dogao, can you get the transport? He's gonna try to block it. they get off, but they will be chased. No ballistics, but a couple of them will go down. Classic Pro at least did make it to the outside, but the outside's very thin. Thin and able to be hit by the water. You almost got the transport in time. There will be another TC on the outside. dogao, however, is an imp as Barles keeps slinging. One more TC going up for Vinch. 3 TCs for Vinch. As Barles just keeps defending with the towers, hopes that Classic Pro isn't able to get through. Xing over here from dogao. Skirms and composite bowmen get in, hit the villagers. They'll be dancing a bit under the towers. They're walled in. 3 towers and a TC. dogao coming over, and he's going to do a defensive castle. I don't think the composite bowmen can deny that, can they? I mean, Doubt just raided us. This would be an appropriate castle for those bowmen to kill a lot of vills. But I think the towers there can defend well enough. The vills can hide in the tower. There's not going to be a chance of it being stopped. And Imperial Age on the way. And maybe we'll see GG's once he hits Imp. And the TC going up for Vinchester. And a mill over here for Vinch, trying to expand his farming eco. More of a Treb castle than a defensive castle. Well, it does defend the breach, at least in the woodline, but yes, a Treb castle to take that castle out, then that castle. Because essentially just go Scorpions versus Armenians? That's true, because I guess the Eagles don't have the same effectiveness against a composite bowman, because their armor doesn't matter. Yeah, Scorpion might be the play there. I don't think we'll get to that if you just sling them. And again, a very heavily taxed sling. But Chemistry Bracer on the way. Let's go, Trebs. I like seeing the Trebs. Not calling GG right after Imp. SalzZ now maybe going to struggle a bit. Treb's going for the castle. Barles will have to go repair. They're going to try to fight. Oh, more Vill fighting. Barles has not stopped Vill fighting this whole game. And Trebs will be taking out this one more castle. Can dogao sling to Barles now that he's imp? Dogao, if you wanted to, you could do coinage banking and sling Barles. But that usually happens after the person receiving the sling adds a lot of eco. If you're on 70 vils, you're probably not going to swap to slinging. I think you just want to stay aggressive. Especially since they have water control. So, War Galley for Vinch. Maybe the last hope would be fires on the water to take some water control, trap them in the middle. But that might be a long shot. As the War Galleys now are able to range the TC on land even. And Classic Pro is just a small area where he can collect from the wood. Okay, lost his TC on the outside. Only has the TC in the middle. And with Trebs there... Trebs even being walled in. This castle will go down and that TC probably soon after it. And there's the GG. And they hang on. SalzZ almost pulled off a reverse sweep, but thanks to some excellent villager fighting from Barles, turning Hamburger into Black Forest, they managed to make it happen and stave off the reverse sweep, win, and they will advance. So 60 kills for dogao, and this is the first team we've seen actually invest into slinging. Not as much this game as they had in the past, but Barles' Vil fighting into slinging worked out for him. So they tried to sling in almost every game, and worked out well enough to win 3-2. So congrats to them. We'll have another set coming up after this. We're at 3-2 as they win finally on their last home map of Hamburger. And that is Armenians and Inca winning against Armenians and Georgians. And the double mule cart not strong enough. So, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you again, Dap, for the raid. We're going to have a quick break, and then we will have the next set. Yeah, so I'm going to tell the admins we'll share the drafts now, take a quick break for about 5 minutes, and then share the drafts. I'll just get the overlay and everything updated. Congrats to Barles and dogao. And thank you, who else? Heine Schweini, thank you for the follow. Oh boy. So we'll get draft set up. Let me update the stream titles. This is freaking Andy and Lewis versus Prisma and Nahue. This will be Onamaru A versus Wonders WRX. Wonders Zever. The X capitalized or WR? Yes, it is capitalized. Spelling correct. There we go. And if our base has the drafts ready for us, or Petito in the Discord. Wonderful. So first game will be Stranded. Then we'll have Socotra and Sumatra for Onamaru A. And Jungle Rumble and Valley of Kings. Okay. This is about as crazy a set of maps as we could get. So I'll be back and we'll have this set going in about 5 minutes or so. Stay tuned. And thank you all for watching again. Hope you're enjoying. Oh, and also, I'm going to say Sovereign. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub that'll count towards Partner Plus. Alright, welcome back. Hello, Crab, Lons. Hello, chat. And let me update my YouTube title too. And we'll download the Rex and then we'll be good to go. Alright, so he casted WRX already in the qualifier. They won against FedEx and Monos. Took them 5 games. And now I see these players have drafted probably the most entertaining of the maps, I'd say. The weird maps. And we'll start out with Stranded, which again was one of those old Trezini maps I brought back recently. Love the backgrounds they use between games. Are they scenes from anything specific? They are from the Terra Nova duos. There's a tournament from many years ago at this point. At one point I will update them. I just recorded a bunch of clips from different maps because that tournament itself had a ton of different maps. So we will head into this game on Stranded for game number 1. When I get in, I'll take a moment to update the scoreboard. Make sure this is set up. So this is Nahue A against WRX. Make sure I start from the very beginning. And let's get into it. Let's go. So we will have Onamaru A. They'll be in the cool colors. Freakin' Andy will be in the green, playing as the Wu, and Lewis will be playing as the Blue Huns. Then to the other side of the map, we'll have Nahue playing as the Red Italians, and Prisma playing as the Yellow Chinese. Huns and Chinese, I think, going to be very highly picked civs for this map. The Huns, of course, because of the horse. It is a Nomad map, so once you build your TC, as Lewis is going to do here, he will get a horse. And the horse can run around and scout and collect up all of the water buffalo for you. The Chinese get 3 villagers when they finish their TC. And on the 9-ville start, now that the TC has more population space, they don't need houses, they can do the dock, and you start with a fishing ship on the map. You do not start with a junk like you do in Warlords. You start with a fishing ship. So Chinese, an amazing start because they can gather all that food while the TC is being constructed and then start pumping out vills right away. Is a crazy strong niche strat on Valley of Kings. Yeah, Crab had been playing some Valley of Kings. And I'd seen some pretty good strats. I hope that people get creative with it, because I think when you really sit down and experiment with the map, it's more than just Skirmore. You gotta use the outside properly. Yeah, this is family friendly. The players don't have their junks out on the water like they did in the other versions of the map. Start with a fishing ship. And Logical Vida 64, thank you for the follow. Rhino being taken by the vills. You see the wreckage of the junk? No, this is the wreckage of a ship. This is a bigger ship than the junk. This is the wreckage of the ship for why the villagers are stranded on the island to begin with. Yeah, the map's called Stranded, so I added a shipwreck and a little beach fire with a couple of rugs near it. It's like the villagers are having a beach party now that they're stranded. So someone in chat gave me that as an idea when I was working on the map, and I thought it was a lovely idea. Anyway, differences in TC positions. Here we have the TC plus stone for Prisma on an outer wood line. TC closer to the middle for Nahue. Nahue, ooh, we have the rare gold, the 0 gold. This is one of the tiles must have been on the side. That's technically the center of the group. And then the rest of the group spawned around in oh boy. And then we'll have Feudal right away for Nahue. Italian's gonna have that cheap Feudal. Starting to wall up around the gold. You do have a lot of hunt in the middle. No one put the TC on the gold. There is a consistent wood line plus gold, but it's a pretty far walk on the medium-sized map, so usually players go for the outer wood lines. And they try to find wood and stone if possible, but it's usually a bit farther from the TC. And it's one of the things I said if I were to update the map again, I'd probably maybe take a bit more care with the stone positioning. I'd really only cared about making sure the players had 3 groups of vills spread out to grab a wood line, but that does make it a bit random if they have stone or not. So maybe I'd make the stone more consistent for the start. So I think it is a nice advantage to get stone by the TC, but then again, it is only 1 stone pile. You haven't seen that gold generation before? You won't see it in DE because there's a different minimum group placement distance for the gold. The center always is occupied. So Nahue up to Feudal, and immediately Xing there is Lewis. Xing saying, yep, he's on gold, and he doesn't have a TC there. Our walls go up for Nahue. He's going to try to stay all walled in. Very compact wall, so maybe walked a bit farther forward for the TC, just to keep a more secure area where the TC can help to defend everything. And he can get a couple of lumber camp locations up. He'll have 3 wood lines he can access, maybe a 4th if you count that one. It'll be very safe for him, so if he's pressured, he should be able to defend himself. And maybe as the Italians, he just wants to focus going double dock galleys on the water and try to secure the fishing ships. The Tiger going for the militias, so Lewis is going for a drush. And 0B610C03E8, thank you very much for the sub at tier 3. That'll really help out the Partner Plus goal. Thank you very much. Now the horse and the militia coming forward. The horse will get in. Militia won't. Tier 3s are great because those themselves I get 70-30 already. The militia were tempted. Lewis was maybe thinking I'll dive the TC with the horse to distract the arrows, then get in with the militia, but no, he didn't do it. He upgraded to men-at-arms though, and the way this map has been walled, those men-at-arms are not going to be able to do too much damage. And you do have to worry about the fish now that the galleys come forward. A couple of fire galleys from Lewis. But if it's a full investment into galleys, eventually the galley numbers will be overwhelming. Who is going men-at-arms? Oh, we have men-at-arms also from Andy. Okay, men-at-arms also from Andy. Men-at-arms Trush. And the downside of this tower from Prisma is he placed it before Andy placed his. So Andy now can just put the tower wherever he wants. Bills are going to leave the gold mine to fight. A couple of scouts there along the tower, and maybe he can deny the tower. That man-at-arms is very weak. It's important to keep HP alive on the scout so it can chase the fleeing units. Gets the man-at-arms and gets the villager, and it's important to chase down the weak man-at-arms because the woo man-at-arms, this is the civ that heals if I'm not mistaken. The healing infantry. Yep, plus 10 per in-game minute, which is a crazy fast healing speed. You have more men-at-arms at the front. And so far, Prisma off the gold. But at least he is cleaning this. Got a skirm with his scout as well. Jean plus CA. Jean Swordsman plus Cav Archer. That could be the play too. On the water, that's a lot of fires from Lewis. So he's investing heavily on the water. Nice demo from Nahue. The fishing ships are still alive. Alive and fishing. More demos and a fire from Nahue, so he's not going to commit to more galleys. He's just going to try to go fires and demos. And his double dock fires from Lewis, just trying to be as defensive as he can. On the side, we'll have a fire coming forward from Andy. And Prisma has not invested into any warships. And can be tricky to do so now that he's off gold. Just going to go for another mining camp. We'll try to wall in his tower so the men-at-arms can't come forward and go for another mining camp. Tower rush is tricky to pull off on this map because you need stone. And the stone isn't always by your TC. And we're going to have a second tower on the way up Prisma. And nice set of walls there, but the house not enough HP on it. And the units do get in. Even that tower alive would be great to keep this area protected. Andy has different fish? What do you mean Andy has different fish? He's normal fish. Oh, what's different about Andy's fish? 6 plus 1, what? Antiquity mode bug? Oh, I have no idea. Oh, he has a different fishing ship. I have no idea. Is there still that old antiquity mode bug where it's different if you click the button rather than pressing the hotkey? Yeah, I have no idea. Someone send this to Nova. I'll let them know Capture H is a weird fishing ship work. And Castle Age on the way for Nahue. He is defended. Even the forward tower he'll take out. And now Lewis is pushing forward on the water as well. And this tower could go down, and feels like all these fires for Lewis have paid off. He is heavily invested into fires to defend. But feels like it's worked out for him. As Prisma also pushed on the water. Fire Galley is working for Prisma. And thank you, Grappin, for the follow. So Prisma's keeping his fish alive for the moment, but everything getting torched for Nahue. Nahue will, however, be the first player up to the Castle Age. And with 2 ranges, should be able to get a good number of crossbows out rather quickly. Crossbows could be a danger if Jean's swordsmen come out, but now they're going to double team scouts plus archers. Getting in, that is not walled off. Andy not fully walled off. He has to throw up a panic tower. He's trying to kill scouts with villagers. Bills will go down. Andy just lost a ton of villagers. Okay. 3 weak vills still on that wood line. That was a nice double team. Andy not having everything walled. Forced up the tower. And he's up to the Castle Age, being hit in the transition. A group of archers coming in by the goal, but they run away. Bodkin on the way for Nahue. Fire is taking out the dock. And the fishing ships go down. Bill hiding behind the dock, 0% accuracy, so collision with the dock is turned on. Bill will try to run away. This dock will be fired down. Castle Age just in for Lewis. And the downside for Prisma is losing your fish when you make scouts means you are stuck feudal. And he's going to be stuck feudal for a long time as crossbows come in for Lewis. Crossbows come in, and he's going to be wandering around. Also have crossbow in for Nahue. And a market will go up for Nahue too. Bunch of crossbows and scouts around the top. And another tower going up on the gold for Prisma, so 2 towers at the front. And we'll have a town center on the hill for Nahue. I did on this version of the map try to balance the hills. There are different configurations. Here we have a 4-hill configuration. Crossbows are running around on the outside. 12 versus 14, but Jian Swordsman, these guys are almost like Huskarls. 6 pierce armor. So they'll take 1 damage from the crossbows. When they get to half HP, they turn to a faster but more lightly armored version. But once they get then to that version, then the crossbows can pick them off. But until then, they're basically Huskarls. And they heal. They heal 10 HP. 20 HP per minute. What? That is an insane healing rate. Look at them healing. They're just healing as they walk around. Wow. So, Castle Age on the way for Prisma. His only TC is being mangonelled. OP unit is pretty darn strong. Prisma getting forward. He is killing some of the fishing ships of Andy. Destroying some of the fish, but there's still a lot left. Still a lot left. It's a Huskarl Showtail hybrid. Made from the barracks like an eagle. They will make short work of that palisade wall along with the crossbows. And Prisma mines some of that gold. Or Nahue mines some of that gold so it's no longer an O. These swordsmen and crossbows will get in. Oh yeah, and a berserk. And a berserk. You can see basically the bend in where they do damage and when it becomes a weaker unit. They're all going down. Crossbow's dancing from Lewis. He's trying to get as much as he can out of them. As much value as he can before they go down. They all go down. On the other side, though, the mangonel push on Prisma's TC has at least gotten up to the Castle Age. But now, forward TC from Andy on that gold. And the Knights from Prisma might get mangonels. They get 1. Can they get the other 2? Get the second, no Repairvilles. And if they can Pathfind, they can get the 3rd. So thanks to Nilly, they found their way to that mangonel. And they now will run away. WRX, the name of a Subaru. That's what everyone says. It is Wonders and Zever combined. That's what they came up with. Legionary should heal and Berserk should have the burst damage. Well, there are the GGs. Onamaru A way too far ahead. Crossbows being lost in that fight. Even with the mangonels cleared. Not much left that they can do over here. Oh, the Hun of course is still alive. So, GG. 1-0 Onamaru lead. And Nahue had the most kills, actually. But Prisma was way too far behind, though. He went scouts, and I mean, they did do some good damage with their scout and archer combo at different points. But I've seen this, from what I've seen on this map, if you lose your fish while you're going scouts, then you end up trapped in the Feudal Age. Even as the Italians with the cheaper age up. That gives them a win. Give them that win on Stranded. And we also need to check off the civs. Didn't use Spanish on Stranded. It was Wu and Huns. Against Italians and Chinese. I'm surprised Huns are such a low pick. Alright, so we'll get to game 2 on Valley of Kings. Grab a sip of water between the games. Mangudai should have bonus damage against buildings. They should have obsidian arrows. And here we go. Let's get the scoreboard right. Here we are on Valley of Kings. Let's go. So, a new map I had made for this tournament, very similar to the map Bastion from the recent Walhalla that was made by the Mad Catter. It is regicide. You are walled in by Gaia walls. Villagers can't attack them. And you have to keep your kings alive. And on the outside, there are some Gaia units protecting the gold and the stone. Insta-click. So we saw the other day an insta-click with the Chimera. We see here an insta-click with the Georgians. So it's a regicide start. You start with 500 food, like on a standard game of Regicide Fortress. And since the Georgians have not just the barracks, but also the mule cart they spawn with, that counts as 2 buildings, so you can click up. And Prisma did it. He clicked Feudal the instant the game started. I'm just waiting for a team to do Chimera plus Georgians to get the double insta-click. But Prisma is up. We saw the Chimera do this the other day, where they went for a stable and had quite a few scouts around the middle. Skirms tend to be really powerful on this map because you don't have much gold. And they come out faster than scouts do usually. But if you're up this fast, you can make your scouts right away. And where is the stable? Right there next to the golden stone mine. We have Lewis going for the chickens in the middle. Okay, I've never seen someone actually try to mill the chickens on this map. I'll see if he gets value out of them with that stable there already. As Prisma's up, Andy is up. Scouts running around by his castle. Trying to use the castle in the fights. Our base doesn't like the stable. Everybody's not a fan of the stable. On the other side, double ranges for Nahue. And the question is, does he go archers or skirms? How little gold you have. Usually it's skirms. And we'll see Onamaru a bit later on their up timings. Stable with 8 on food. Well, you have the farms, you have the boar. It's not like he spent any food on villagers in the Dark Age. You can do loom and then some scouts. And now you can use the mule cart just to take the chickens. And mule cart on the chickens. Okay, Feudal Age is in for Andy. Again, a bit slow, and you could go for the fast castle on this map. That could be a possibility. Play kind of Phosphoro style. Doing range. Yellow is gracious enough to move the scout. With their kings and their castles, no one really scouting the outside. Don't want to lose their king to the Gaia player. So the scout's getting in on the wall. We'll have an X to the north, Xing all the chickens. This is what I wanted to see. Finally, players taking the chickens. There's so many chickens in the middle. They've just been ignored. And it'll be archers, so it's not going to be scouts. It's not going to be skirms, it'll be scouts and archers. We have a normal game. What is RO16? It is a single elimination tournament. This is the round of 16. So the winner goes to the top 8. So scouts fighting each other quite a bit. Nahue and Prisma with the lead. And now they're going to try to stop Lewis from doing a tower on his gold. And try to stop that. More skirms running around on the outside. I believe they're not making the best unit in the game. We need to get to the castle age to make monks. Archers going back and forth as the scouts come in on the villagers. This is missing a res to go up. That he is. Has to use the market. His king is threatened by unknown. Don't lose your king to Gaia. He's gonna try to take the gold. So your vills retaliate if they're attacked. They don't just attack by themselves, which is kind of frustrating. But the point was that you can't just take the gold freely. So he's gonna just have the vills out there, take some damage, and then run back. Got a bit of a pause. Notice it is obnoxious. You have skirms with obsidian arrows? Maybe. I have seen these things kill Jaguar warriors and Monospils before, so even though they're Dark Age units without upgrades, they're a force to be reckoned with. And Bruno's channel, thank you for the follow. And Jimmy's page 666, thank you for the follow. I mean, you could just have whatever army you have clean this. Any skirms or even your castle unique unit. Loses a villager, loses a vill. The other vills are retaliating to the spears. Now more vills going out. Meanwhile, those scouts and archers trying to break in. Nahue and Prisma killing quite a few villagers. This is a chaos map for a reason. If you want to move out early, you need to make army and kill this. I mean, you have a barracks at the start. You could easily drush it. Lewis says 12 vills and he lost them to Gaia. Oh, I think they might have actually punished him for the chicken. His king is in the middle. I think WRX has this indeed easily. Oh, the scouts coming in from Prisma. Castle Age on the way for Lewis. I mean, he will have Conquistadors. A 12 eco might be a bit too small of an eco even for Conquistadors. Well, if WRX can make this a competitive set, that'll be great. He'll consistently throw games with single-minded avoidance of Mayan skirmishers. No berries here for Andy. Andy also has not moved to the outside yet. And with fewer vills than he started with 9 villagers. He now has 9 left. He might end with fewer than he started with. Oh, it's regicide. Oh no, they start with 10. You're right. It's regicide. It's regicide. They start with 10. One more than 9. They start with 10 villagers. So now the scouts from Prisma getting in on Andy, and I think they can call this. Lewis is up to castle. Oh, they're gonna try to let him cook with conquistadors. They're down 32 to 66 vills though. Scouts pick some skirms. They'll be running around. Horse collar on the way. And Scout picks off the archer. I mean, good for WRX for not just doing standard scouts and archers. I mean, for standard skirmishers on this map, and going for scouts and archers, which on this map is somehow considered different. Scouts and archers are winning against the skirmishers. How can you afford 4 conks? He leaves. That's how. I got 12 vills. And here are the conks. He picks a vill. He will pick several vills. Here's a second. Here's a third. Might get one on the outside. Just gonna keep running around. We'll find the archers. Dodge some castle fire. Both Prisma and Nahue are up. A lot of archers surrounding the conchs. And Prisma will be up. And what does he do then? Does he do knights? Does he do... Oh, but no, they see the uptime and they call the GG. So, okay, quick game there, but Onimaru ties it up 1-1. And, well, I don't know what Lewis did, but didn't work. I think the attempted fast castle here did not pay off, and the aggressive scouts and Feudal did. So, 13-minute uptime for Lewis, but 16-minute for Prisma. And Nahue had the most fills. And Gaia always the MVP. Ooh, it's been 4.5 hours already. So we'll look for game number 3. And one Valley of Kings. One Valley of Kings. Now 2 more home maps for Onimaru, both available. That was Georgians. Oh, the very first picks, they knew about that. They knew about that strategy on the map. Georgians right away. Ethiopians. And some Portuguese. And... Portuguese and Spanish. Or not Portuguese, not Portuguese. Yes, Portuguese. Portuguese and Spanish. There we go. Okay, loses when it becomes a wood game. Yeah, ACCM had a great soundtrack. Alright, and the next game will be on Sumatra. So Prisma in the red as the Hindustanis, Nahue in the yellow as the Armenians, Freaking Andy in the green as the Vikings, and Lewis in the blue as the Japanese. So Vikings, Armenians on the water, a matchup we'll probably see many times. Then Hindustanians, Japanese, or Hindustanis, Japanese on land. You came back to the stream and so you got a gifty. Yeah, thanks again to Bullmeister and everyone who gifted subs earlier. Don't forget to drink water. I'll have water I'm drinking right now. Alright, and we'll have an X over here from Prisma, Xing the side of that TC from Lewis. Put all the green circles on. So this map, we've seen it picked almost every single time there's been a water map. One team picked islands, but everyone has been playing Sumatra. I don't know if it's because players like the straightforward galley micro. Maybe they think it's interesting. We've seen a couple teams cook up strats for landings. But I think it's a really fun map. And again, credits to Algernon for designing it many years ago. First version was a 2 TC start 1v1 map. But now it's a fun 2v2 concept. Isn't this just flooded evacuation? Was this in ECL? Yep, Kelpit, this was in ECL. This map predates evacuation by many years. That's a funny one. Flooded evacuation. Maybe that's what evacuation is. You have to evacuate before the floods arrive. This is pants, but you're sitting in water with your knees sticking out. I don't think that works. You don't like evacuation? Why don't you say hi? I think evacuation was a great map that we ended up playing too much. Like many of the maps that we include in TTL. So we could see men-at-arms on land from the Japanese. Late game Hindustani's Japanese, the Shiitake hand cannons usually are good against the Japanese infantry. But then you have to watch out for the cav archers. And Xing 3005, thank you for the follow. So forward dock here. So difference in dock positions. And Nahue docked a bit closer to his flank, so easier to protect them, but that does mean they have to share the fish a bit more. Fixed positions, basically hybrid with low relevance of water. Yeah, we do have some fixed position maps in here, but I think in general, I try to avoid having fixed positions. Something like 4v4 BF that's very random. I always enjoy that. Bypass. Bypass is a clown map. So, Andy up to Feudal on the water, and he is pumping immediately double dock galleys. We'll see if he has the third dock soon. Yeah, Automod censored the word failure in your message, 11. I just looked and tried to add it to the list of cleared words, but unfortunately failure was not an option. So double vid axe on the way for Lewis, and scuffle on the land. Lewis gets the hit. And down it goes. So, okay, this is the first time we've seen the land player contribute on the water with a fire galley. Oh, he's gonna do fire galleys while adding in a range. We've seen so many galley wars. This was the meta last time the map was played in Cartographers 1. The land player went galleys. The difference is I took the TC and I shifted it a few tiles more towards the center of the map. So instead of just playing a full wall on the corner, you have to spend more effort for it. Hello, Varian. Feudal fires in a galley war. Yeah, Feudal fires in a galley war. I mean, think about this. Maybe like Andy gets involved in galleys over here, and then Lewis can just sneak in and snipe the fish. So, horse collar on the way on land. There'll be a couple of scouts getting around, maybe picking the Houseville. And trying to get him will be forced away by the spear and the scout, and they do get him. Alright, so nice 5 villager advantage. 6 villager advantage for WRX even. And now fight on the water. Feels like Andy has the advantage here. And Lewis just adding in a couple of fires here and there. I mean, it helps pad the numbers. It just forces different micro from the galleys while the galleys from Andy catch up. And now Lewis with 4 fire galleys on the water, converging, trapping these galleys of Nahue, and he's going to lose everything. Those are too many fires, and now he's going to lose the fish. If he doesn't engage, he loses the fish, and lose them he will. So he might go forward and try to snipe fish himself now, but Andy's still with numbers to come back. The north, the scouts will get in on the gold, but a couple of spears are there. The scouts are just gonna get walled in. They're really low HP scouts. That Vil gonna try to save himself. So nice walling from Lewis, the masterpiece to trap the scouts. And there are 4 scouts that are gonna go down to Archer's Lewis. Oh, that's nasty. You're gonna go for the gate. That's the most expensive thing to repair. Oh, the archers will take them out. No problem there. All those scouts will be dead. The gate already is locked. And Lewis, I'm sure, will delete everything and send the Vil back to work. On the water, 2 groups of galleys still sailing around. Andy chasing Nahue. He's fletching on the way from Prisma. Galley's still running. These galleys chasing after it. Right here, galleys still fighting with fire. Is forward dock from Lewis, and he's not gonna let up any of this pressure. He wants to keep investing on the water himself. More scouts from Prisma make their way over. Want to pick another Vil. And they do pick her off. Off of the berries. Skirm coming forward now. So Scout and Skirm for Prisma, as we'll also have Scale Barding Armor on the way. Blacksmith going up for Lewis. And Tiger Lord, hello. And HQ, hello on YouTube as well. Should Red have patrolled on no attack stance to dodge the archers? Does that dodge archers better? I thought just zigzagging dodged it. Does patrol no attack stance dodge somehow? Or just like a back and forth dodge? I think actual manual right clicks are usually better. And almost getting on the gold. TC fire dissuading the scouts from jumping the archers, but the skirms are there anyway. Lewis taking some hits here. Water players are gonna go up. But Prisma doing pretty well in this fight. How many Vils has Lewis lost now? Lost minus 10 eco units. And I wonder what the correct play is now. Your fires have been on the water, and you've probably helped Andy get up. But can Andy carry the game now against 2 people? Andy hasn't won water yet, but I think the important thing is Andy still has his 3 fishing ships alive. He split his galleys up into a couple of groups. One to give chase. One to come down here and harass Lewis's fish. Oh, Lewis is going to lose the fish now. He and Andy still have the score lead. Andy up first doing War Galley. Galleys going down, the fishing ships are running from them. On the other side, Prisma continues pushing in. Andy Ballistics Market. Is Red not up yet? Red is not up yet, no. Adding in more farmers, adding in a market. Barles going for the dock. As Andy has won the water, but not in time to stop the transport. Transport ship will get in, drop off a bunch of Vils and a mule cart. They will be in more relative safety now on the mainland. On the other side, we'll have the market denied. Oh no, you can't even build the market. And he's gonna send a Vil there. Red is up, red is up. But Lewis can't click up without that market. Oh no, he's gonna make a scout just to get the market up. So not the best situation for Lewis, even though it does feel like his teammate is winning on the water. That's giving them their overall score lead. Okay, look at Andy versus Nahue. That is a big score difference. Can't click with the market either. The market stable he can click, but in terms of overall resources, yeah, he still doesn't have enough. So, tower down here on the wood line for Nahue has to defend against all of those war galleys. And towers for Prisma getting everywhere in Lewis's base, trying to camp the bases of the towers. Is Lewis gonna be forever feudal? So Nahue now needs to find a way to contribute, and that might just be like Slam last game. He adds in 2 more TCs, adds in 2 TCs. We have a bunch of units just scattered about looking for a landing. Looking to keep track of any landing Andy might want to do. Andy is a transport now, and he has just gone to the middle of the map, not the back of the map, the middle of the map. And this is more a TC, but a more aggressive stance where he could go for a mangonel and siege push if he wants to. Might not be the best option with the Vikings, but it is certainly an option. So our crossbows under the tower, skirms will take them out. You have 15 fishing ships for Lewis? Oh, or that's true. 15 fishing ships for Lewis. That's why he still has a good score. He's been taking a beating on the land. Feudal's going down left and right, but he has so many fishing ships that he's okay. They can start to be really inefficient though. They need to go to this dock. Everyone else after for a second was fine for me on my end. I have the 0 drop frames. And there we go. It will be a monastery push from the Vikings. Monk and Siege. Monks will come out from the monastery. Siege will come out from the workshop. And we'll have Cav Archers. It's 2025 Hindustani Cav Archers along with an elephant. So both of them going forward. The difference is Nahue's back here. Here are elephants going for the tower. Lewis up to castle. What's he gonna do once he gets up? He's losing more vills to the crossbows. And he adding in TCs. Oh, a second TC along with the push. 2 TCs. It's now his 3rd TC. And elephants just wrecking the front of the base. Here the island just surrounded completely by war galleys. It's up to Nahue to rebrew on the mainland and try to boom faster than Andy. Because Andy will get the vills here. See Will. It's a pair. It's another vill. And is that an overchop? Oh, that is an overchop. That is an overchop. Prisma's not walled. He's overchopped. He's going to let the mangonels in. Okay, so base trades here. Skirm's trying to take out the Cav Archers. Castle is in, so the elephant push did not deny the castle age from Lewis. So he is up. Can you hide units behind Ellie Rams like you can with the normal one to protect from TC fire? Yes, you can. Yes, you can protect units from TC fire. Using elephants like you can Rams. At the same time, remember, this is not sudden death, but 3 mangonels for Lewis taking out the TC from Prisma. I mean, 3 mangonels from freaking Andy. 3 mangonels from freaking Andy who has landed. And not enough knights here from Lewis. If he could clean up the crossbows, actually, that might be better, because then he could swap to pikemen too with the elephants. So, knights taking out the crossbows. This is a game indeed. Now the push here is taking out the TC. We have a warrior priest. The skirms are going for the cav archers. Skirms are going for the cav archers. Vills are going down. Let's see. Nahue has the most Vills in the game, despite having lost his home island. And at the front, knights cleaning Vills are probably going to come back for the elephants at some point. Need to be amassed more. Going for the cav archers, can't quite get to them. We'll go for the elephants. Prisma can drop castle that he... Did he have a castle foundation somewhere? Did he just sell the stone? Or he just sold a whole bunch of stone. And okay, Andy can drop a castle. Andy going for the castle drop. Look at Andy's score. He's played such a clean game. Very aggressive right in Nahue's face. So the castle is up. Will we see berserks? Andy now with the water. And both land players kind of losing their bases. Of a defensive castle from Nahue. Lewis went water and was punished on ground, but in total they won the water. And Andy was still alive enough to go to the ground. So crossbow goes down and Vills go to run. The knights will come in and get on the wood line. Workers fight versus farms. Yep, that's something that happens these days. That's a bug. And they're all gonna fit in the TC where they can start pairing. Andy threatening Prisma. Knight's able to pick off isolated mangonels. Ooh, nice trade though. And what's over here? Oh, Lewis contributing to the raid. He has knights of his own. He's bringing his own knights forward. He's finished cleaning the buildings at the front as much as he wanted to with the knights, and he's just gonna send them forward. He's gonna help carry Andy now. He's gonna help Andy carry him. The Vills on the woodline dying. Vills dying. Oh, that's bloody. The 20 Vil difference between the teams. Are you calling GG already? Is Lewis fish trapping? Yes, he is. Just have at least one. Doesn't show up in the unit queue. And there are the GGs. His Onmaru A goes up 2-1. Andy won the water, and Prisma couldn't quite do enough damage on land as Andy came and attacked him. And 99 Vils for Nahue. So, crazy map. And it can produce some crazy games. That's 2-1 for Onmaru. And next game looks like it'll be Jungle Rumble. Let me click all the buttons I gotta press between the sets. And once again, if you don't want to see the ads, you can watch on YouTube. You can see my channel beneath the stream. And I mean, this is by seeding technically the biggest matchup we have in the Gold League. So congrats to at least taking a game so far, and maybe making Onmaru work for it. Make it pretty difficult for them. Alright, it will be Jungle Rumble. Let me get the scoreboard set up properly. Alright, I think that does it. There you go. Is slinging allowed? Yes, slinging is allowed. 50% tax, so more tax than normal, but it is allowed. Okay, and welcome to Jungle Rumble, a wonderful map made by Bazzi. Bazzi, who also made, what was he made? Hippo Arena. And he also made the Wall. So some very nice maps that feature walls. In the middle, we will have blue and red, freaking Andy and Nahue as Aztecs and Turks. Oh boy, we've seen these civs on this map before, right? Aztecs, Turks, Burgundians, and Poles. See, Poles and that was that Nocturna game. Poles and Burgundians had their roles switched. Jungle Rumble has given us interesting games. It's tempting to have the outside player sling, but it's so difficult to wall off the narrow passages that are a huge distance from your base. It's a lot of Vil time that might not be worth it. Burgundians. Oh, yes, you got your Burgundians. Again, thank you everyone who's watching. We have around 800 viewers on Twitch and another 150 on YouTube. So we're honestly having about 1,000 viewers is lovely. I honestly had no idea what to expect going into the tournament. So I think the numbers that we're getting are really great. So what makes this map so tricky to play is that it's hard to wall off the sides. And you can wall off so late that your opponent already has a sneak villager on the opposite side. North is less thick. They should be the exact same. They should be the same. It's just kind of distorted because of the hill. If I've gone to the editor, I've flattened them out. They're the same number of trees. It's a very fun tournament. Oh, thank you, Mad Hyena. Walls going up for Lewis.
Bonjour.
And we'll see. I want Lewis to put the Vil on this side and then build the house from over there. And yes, he is. Yes, he is. All right, so Lewis is going to go for the sneak. And as I was saying, we've seen sling strats on this map before. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But I think that the outside, you feel like you're safe because it is almost Michi. But these outside areas are so far apart and so far from your base to wall, it makes them, one, hard to scout, and two, hard even to wall in case your in case your villager is late. And we have Prisma not going to wall at all. And Lewis just has a Vil on this side, and he's going to go for forward. This map is so good, I don't think we ever had a boring game. So, I mean, we do have essentially a game of arena on the inside, where if it goes super late, Aztecs can struggle against Turk Cav Archers. Maybe if they have Siege Onager, they have an answer then. But if Turks get to their Hussar Cav Archer combo, I think that is tricky for the Aztecs. And on the outside, Prisma will be up. Lewis not up yet. He's the Burgundians. He's in the Dark Age, just clicking Feudal. And where is his villager? Prisma will see that that's walled. Doesn't go straight for the corner. He goes farther in. Aztecs have OP skirms. Zoom in. We'll be zoomed in more when there's more action happening. And Effie, thank you for the follow. Oh, and also some bad mojo earlier. Thank you also for the follow. So, Feudal Age here for Nahue. And Feudal, everyone up to Feudal. Prisma already there. As the Poles, he's going to do a Folvark farm. We have to pay attention over here. We'll see if anyone ends up slinging. Oh. Andy up to Feudal now. Should be found though. We'll see. It's pretty close to the edge. Prisma wall on the other side, and Lewis not seen. Lewis able to sneak around. Do another house. And if this side is walled, I guess the question for Lewis is what unit does he want to do? Does he do scouts or does he do archers? Scouts have a bit more mobility to run around the base. Archers, though, can shoot over small walls and are harder to stop. So there's the range. If you get 4 archers with fletching... Oh, but he's spotted. He is spotted at just the last moment. Oh, he can wall on the scout. He can wall on the Vil. Traps... Okay, he keeps the Vil safe. But the scout... Not able to kill the villager. More Vils coming over. They're trying to wall. Prisma wants to wall this off. He's sending 4 Vils for the wall. And looks like he's gonna get this up. Looks like he's gonna wall it off. There he goes. The range is up. And he's trying to wall it in on the back with a gate. The spear needs to keep the Vil alive. There is the gate. The spear going for the scout, and the spear gets a poke in. Scout coming from the other side, and the spear blocks the Vil from walling. And archer out. And not much HP on the gate. Not much HP at all. The Vils want to come over and tap that foundation, get just a bit more HP on it, but no, it goes down, and the archer is free. The archer is free to hoover around. The archer is free to hoover. Meanwhile, in the middle, we have both players starting to go forward. A couple of eagles for Andy. Aztec, eagles, barracks, market, blacksmith. And he wants to go forward and do a monastery. There are 3 relics in the middle. Aztecs will collect more gold from the relics. They have a faster rate than normal. And this, ooh, another gate from Prisma, who had to send more Vils. But this is just so disruptive for Prisma needing to come back here in the first place. This entire thing is so disruptive for him, needing essentially to have a ton of idle villagers and idle time, and if not weak villagers, by the time he gets back. Now let's see what's going on over here. We have a market and a barracks and an archery range for Prisma. You also have no stone in your base. All the stone is in the corners. So it can make it awkward to go for a tower rush. And in the middle, monastery is still there. So while Vil fighting on the outside, it was a total of 5 Vils lost for Prisma. Just trying to wall this in, and he didn't succeed in walling it in. Pikeman on the way. And this is what makes the map so crazy. The outside is not just wall and boom or wall and sling. There's room for the outside player to be playing the game. They choose who spawns where. Yes, the low colors, blue and red, are in the middle. The high colors, yellow and green, are on the outside. So stable good enough for Lewis. That Vil still is forward, and the archers killing the villagers, fletching it and coming on the skirms. But since he has archers, he will add in the scouts, and now scouts will fill the skirmishers for him. Or archers on the way. And Samurai, thank you for the follow. Thank you for riding along with the stream. The skirms go down. Lewis is dominating. Lewis is absolutely dominating. Feels like Andy with double monastery starting to win the middle too. Lots of pikes to fend off the light cav. We're on the way, but cav archers are out. Aztecs won't have a great answer to cav archers. Run back. Monks on the way. HP scout with 3 kills. So out here, the farms, well, littered with corpses. Of another full vark for Prisma. And perhaps the Poles perhaps the best civ to do the forward against because their Folvark farms need to be so far from the TC. And far from the TC to get that Folvark bonus, so they're not as safe. And they're exposed. How far is Lewis from chopping through the middle? Still a few trees. It is 7 trees thick. He still has a little more than 2 3/4. Are Hera, Viper, Leary, or Tato in the tournament? Well, Viper and Tato played yesterday, but they also lost. He casted that, and it is unfortunately single elimination, so they are gone. The rest of those players are in the tournament, yes. T90 get knocked out yet? He did not. He is still in the Silver League. T90 still going. He casted his set, and he's going to be playing again. Yeah, Hera teams with Doubt, so GL's last chance is Hera and Doubt together. Cav archers surrounding the monasteries, walls on the side. Cav archers around here with the monks. Yeah, T90 had an incredible set too. And it just feels like Prisma's dying to this forward from Lewis. Trying to get skirms out. Trying to get skirms, but Lewis can deal with that. Lewis now, Enandy are up, so Lewis is adding in the workshop. Prisma, 15 vills in the TC. He is idled, he is threatened. I hope that Nahue can win the middle and maybe he can run eventually, but that's a long ways off. As a gold move you to silver out. At this point, gold moves you to out entirely. We were thinking of having an extra round in silver, but we figured that we didn't have a way to fit that in the schedule. Would have liked like another round added in so that everyone plays at least 2 sets, even the people who qualified right away for gold, but didn't have the time to fit that in. Lewis, oh, he's on the woodland again. There was an overchop. Now the crossbows are in. And this is over. This is over. Domination by Andy and Lewis. Especially Lewis here. In the middle, Cav Archer is still hoovering a bit. Now we're gonna have a big scorpion mass moving out. Eagle's going for the ram. Manganelling its own ram. Yeah, one gate is the difference between fine and complete disaster. If he just got a bit more HP on that gate, maybe he'd have been fine. But it wasn't the case. Didn't catch the Sneakville. 15 out of 15 in the TC for Prisma. As Knights and Lightcap just hoover around. Lewis enjoying being the #1 seed for once. In the middle of the ram by the Cav Archers. Eagles go down. So Manganel gets a shot on the Scorpion. Prisma is walling. And Manganel, will this be a Manganel trade? Nope, there will be some micro involved. Imperial gets hit. And, ooh, gets the Manganel and the Vil. Monk comes forward for a conversion on the CA. You're going to see those Aztec Cav Archers. And Imperial Age on the way for Nahue. There's been no slinging. Prisma doesn't have the eco to sling. Prisma at least has made some walls and maybe bought himself some peace over here behind the walls. Knights are coming forward as the Vils try to run. Where are they running to, though? Prisma's saying he doesn't want to reveal where he ran, so he's going to try to fight with Vils. Oh, no. Oh, no, he doesn't have a TC. So, maybe they still have a chance, though, if Nahue wins the middle and then plays 1v2, but Lewis actually has the most Vils in the game at 56. Prisma down to 13 and dropping. He's planning his escape. He slung food? Yeah, I don't think he's slung... Yeah, he slung food once. Slung 472 food, and I think that's it. He was able to do one round of slinging before everything collapsed. Yeah, that's true. Andy isn't losing yet, although his opponent is up to Imp. But Lewis is just about to chop through. Oh, he didn't chop through purposefully. He left 4 wood on the tree. So whenever he wants to go through, he can go through. As the Burgundians, maybe he just booms up and eventually goes Cavaliers or Paladins in the middle if it lasts that long. Archer's taking out the Scorpions. Another TC going up for freaking Andy. Scorpions go down. And TC going up for Andy. Bombard cannon coming out of the workshop. Cannon hits the TC. 8 Vils. 8 Vils is not ideal. 8 Vils is very much not ideal. He is... if he builds a lumber camp and chops through, maybe eventually he'll be freed. He has to make sure the knights stay out. He's almost through to his allies' base. He fills 0 stone for a TC, and that's true. All the stone is on the outside of the map, so he actually won't have access to stone for a TC. He'll need to buy some. Oh, Lewis showing no mercy. Let the man die in peace. Well, he only has 7 vills here and a total of 8. He's got 1 other vill somewhere. Okay, I'm waiting for Lewis to break in just so we can see if he kills the vills. There might be another vill elsewhere on the map. Meanwhile, monks trying for conversions on the CA. The cannon from Nahue pushing. Lewis, Schlock, or not Schlockter, the Burgundian, the Castle Age Cavalier probably could be upgraded on the way up to Imp. And then does Cavalier once he's there. Eagles have gotten into Nahue's base. Maybe just running through an open gate when the army was leaving. The Eagles are there. And Monk on the outside from Lewis. Oh, the Mangonels! The Mangonels slaughtered the Vills. Oh, the Vills are dead. We have 1 villager. Where is he? Oh, she has hidden herself over here. Over on the right side of the map, hoping that no one will ever look there. Just for now, out of the line of sight of Lewis. Prisma is not defeated. I mean, Turks pretty good against Aztecs once they get their unit composition going. Rare to see someone lose over 50% of the score, but there's the GG. And, oh, congrats to WRX. This is a very good team they faced, and they managed to take a game. And Jungle Rumble, I think, continues to provide us with amazing games, as Lewis... Well, maybe not amazing for Prisma, but Lewis showed the power of the forward on this map. And I think the strategy you have on the outside is really difficult because of how important scouting is. And if you don't have your passages walled and you get forwarded, then you gotta be expecting it. Ah, GG. GG. So congrats to Onamaru. They will move on. Let me just update the scoreboard for a moment. And we'll look at the bracket and get up to date on the bracket. So, what even were those saves of the past couple games? Right, that was... Hindustanis and Armenians. Japanese and Vikings. And this map was Aztecs, Burgundians. Oh, the Relic Civs. Against Turks and Poles. Is there another set? This is the last set today, Thor, but we will look at the bracket. And we'll be back tomorrow at 15 GMT for Doubt and Hera. Let me go open up the bracket. GG. Everyone on Twitch, everyone on YouTube. Thank you for watching, and let me go to the bracket. We'll have 1 more set for this round, and I will update this set live. Look at this, doing admin work while streaming. 3-1. Boom. Onmaru A. So, we are set. We are set. Oh, and thank you for the chat, Life Reborn. And Lord Campo, thank you also for the follow. So we have Onamaru A. They will face the winner of GLA and Black Sails. We will have Hart and Leary right after them. On the other side, Slam and ACCM. I guess two upsets of some sort. Wonders losing to MBL's team, and Tag upsetting, or Tag winning against Viper's team. Yeah, as I knock over my water bottle. Yeah, Tag was the higher seed, but Viper's team was the former champion. And LY over Nocturna. Close set there. So, LY and Barles dogao. And it's MBL, Z40, Sorakuma against Slam and ACCM. Then Sato and Mihai against Hart and Leary. And then the winner of GL and Dragonstar's team against Onamaru, who we just saw, Andy and Lewis. So these quarterfinals will take place next Thursday and Friday. Going to stream them at 15 GMT. Semifinals on Saturday and then finals on Sunday. What are the next sets? The next set, though, tomorrow, going to be GL, Black Sails, and we'll have lots of Community League games and Silver League games also to cast coming up throughout the week. Check my admin chat. Okay, we got a confirmation. Alright, so thank you all for watching. That'll be it for me for today. I have a few updates to make and some IRL stuff to take care of before streaming again tomorrow. And we're gonna have a great week, next week of streaming. Lots of streaming to take care of. I thought that was so decided you didn't even notice. Ooh, oof. It's the problem is Viper played with Tato instead of with Jordan. But I think it's time for us to give someone a raid. And let's see. We can maybe raid MBL because he won his set the other day. Clearly Jordan's false. Oh, Hattie Raja, thank you very much for the raid. Also, tomorrow, Hattie Raja, he has been streaming the, what is it called? There's a Swiss land, or a Swedish land tournament going on right now. The Glitched Nordic Masters 2025. And that'll be tomorrow from 8 GMT to 18 GMT. So go give him a follow. Give him a shout out. I might try to stream some of that in the morning before I get to cartographers if I'm awake in time. So go check out Hattie Raja too. Anyway, we are just about done here. Let me end the stream on YouTube first. Oh, Mem's raiding us. All right, Mem, thank you for the raid. I will send you along though. We're gonna go raid someone else. Hello, Marinto. We're finished for today. Next set tomorrow, Doubt and Hera against Black Sails as Dragonstar, Cosmonaut, Doomster. So thank you, Mem, for the raid. Hello, all Mem viewers. And I'm gonna end the stream on YouTube first. Lazy. Going offline. I need to fix the maps, Mem. This is what happens when you host your own tournament. I gotta fix the maps.